I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. This is the regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for Wednesday, June 21st. Members of the public wishing to address the Planning Commission on items appearing on the agenda are requested to complete a speaker's card and file it with the secretary, which is Sherry, prior to the start of the meeting. Cards are available in the lobby. Speakers should state their name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be directed to the commission, not the audience. While the Planning Commission is in session, all in attendance are expected to maintain order and decorum and to obey the orders of the chair. Could we have the roll call, please?
Chair Merck.
Here.
Vice Chair Quillisi.
Here.
Commissioner Zabella.
Here.
Corbin.
Here.
Jagiello. Here. Nolan.
Here.
Powers.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Public communications is the time set aside during the Planning Commission meeting for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on items of city business other than scheduled agenda items. Matters raised at this time may be briefly discussed by the Commission and will generally be referred to staff and/or placed on a subsequent agenda. Under state law, other than for emergency items, no action can be taken at this meeting. Is there anyone who wants to speak on an item not on the agenda? I have one item I would like to bring up, which is the, I don't know what you call it, taking down of the oak tree at the corner of Blanche and Topa Streets in the last week. I understand it was on our director's report at the last meeting 2 months ago. Well, it looked, if you look at the trunk that is there, is a magnificent heritage oak tree, probably 4 feet in diameter, and there is not a thing wrong with it. And I would like some kind of explanation from the director about why that was allowed to be brought down. I think the city deserves more than just, oh, you know, we had a report and we need to take it down, because these trees are a heritage for us, and I think we're becoming entirely too cavalier about saying, oh, we have an arborist report, so we can take it down, you know. So I would like to see more documentation on why that particular tree was chosen for being taken down. We are now moving on to the consent items. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be considered routine by the governing bodies and will be enacted by one motion in the form listed. There will be no discussion of these items unless before the governing body votes on the motion to adopt. Specific items are removed from the consent calendar for specific motions. The item we have is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission, June 7th, 2017. Is there any discussion, or can we have a motion on this?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Zabella.
Abstain.
Corbin.
Yes.
Jagiello.
Yes.
Quillisi.
Yes.
Merck.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. This is disclosure by the commissioners of site visits and ex parte contacts for items on the agenda. Could we start with Commissioner Zabilla, please?
I have visited the sites and had no ex parte contacts.
I visited the sites and had no ex parte contacts.
I'm familiar with all the sites and had no ex parte contact.
I visited both sites and had no ex parte contacts.
Commissioner Nolan?
I visited the sites and I had a very brief conversation with the designer at the project on Matilha, but it was very general and not as far as, you know, which way we're going to vote or anything. So.
Right.
I visited the sites and did have ex parte contact at 316 East Matilha. I know the owner of the building. He's a neighbor of mine. And so we've had discussions about the project.
Okay, thank you. I'm familiar with both sites and have not had any ex parte contacts. So now we move on to our public hearing items. The first item is item 2, design review permit for a remodel and change of use from Theater 150 to the Sane Center, a health center that provides workshops and exercise space and counter service for a vegan restaurant at 316 East Matilha Street. The assessor's parcel number is 0210113-280. The general plan designation and zoning classification of the site is village mixed use. A categorical exemption has been prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The property owner is Audra Belkin, and the applicant is Jane Carroll. Could we hear from staff on this, please?
Chairman Merck, Jay Higgins filling in for Director Winiger. The project before you is a fairly straightforward change of use. We analyzed the development standards in the code for the property, and this is really an architectural review item under the design review sections of our code. We have some additional photo sims or illustrations that show the exterior improvements in color that were distributed prior to the hearing via email, and I have a copy here in front of me too. We don't have any other issues with respect to development standards or zoning for discussion. The staff report is basically design review only. We have a applicant here, I believe, that can make a more detailed presentation, but just for background, we've been working with the applicant for many months on how to do the interior work without triggering anything else really on the project, so it's fairly straightforward, and I can turn it over to the applicant right now if the applicant is here,
We will take care of that. Thank
unless you have any questions for
Now,
staff.
do we have any questions for Mr. Higgins? Mr. Squillisi?
Thank you, Chair Merck. On the page 2 of 4 of the administrative report, the paragraph beginning the project description talks about the new building that is going to go along Montgomery. And as I looked at the plot plan, I could not tell, I'm not sure exactly what the requirements are. And I'm just wanted to ask, are there any problems with the setback of this construction along Montgomery? Or is it different in the commercial zone than it is from the residential zone that I'm used to thinking about?
Commissioner Quilisi, the setbacks are different in the zone district compared to the residential zone. It's just the exterior door improvement. Is that what you're referring to?
There's no addition on that.
Okay, well, I couldn't, yeah, I guess you're not building out past the current footprint of the building.
I'll have to look
Is
at
that
the
right?
plans to
I
confirm
think.
that.
Okay. A couple of other questions. Toward the bottom of that page 2, it talks about parking, and it says the previous use of the site was permitted with 32 spaces off-site. Right now, we need to have 20 spaces off-site, it sounds like. Do we need a waiver for that? I don't recall seeing anything about a waiver in the resolution, though I may have missed it.
No, Commissioner Quilisi, there's no additional waiver or extra entitlement required. It's the parking demand is less than what the project was originally entitled for.
And the change of use doesn't affect that
Correct.
previous permitting?
Only if the change of use was increasing parking demand would we have a discussion about that and how to meet that.
Okay, good. I think my last question is on page 3 of 4 of the admin report. The paragraph next to the bottom talks about installation of a new flagstone pathway leading to the front porch. And I'm just wondering, are flagstone pathways ADA compatible? I don't know. They sound kind of lumpy to me, and I'm not sure if they're...
It's on the flagstone, but yes,
Yeah.
it's a 1/4 inch reveal on, from what well, go ahead and answer that.
I was just saying, Commissioner Jagielo is correct. It depends on how the flagstone is installed, and if their flagstone pathway doesn't meet ADA requirements, the building official would work with them at the building permit stage to adjust the pathway as necessary.
The code is a 1/4 inch rise.
Okay, and is that written down somewhere so that the applicant knows this ahead of time? Or, I'd hate to have people put in a flagstone pathway and then have an inspection and find that it's not going to be permitted.
I'm not sure if it's specifically written down in the materials for this project. However, the building code standards are written down, and more to the point, the applicant's here, so we can tell them right now and thus accomplish the applicant notice requirement.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments for staff? Thank you. Could we hear from the owner or the applicant, whoever wants to present it?
Hello, good evening. I'm Jane Carroll. I'm the designer of this project and the applicant for Aubrey Balkan, the owner. This is a great project to bring life back to the old mortuary, if you'll excuse the bad joke there. This building has been, it obviously was a terrific space under Theatre 150 and the Ojai Youth Theatre, but it's been languishing for a while. So it's a terrific project to create a space for HIP Restaurant, which desperately needs to be expanded, but I'll let HIP talk about that, and to provide a centre for health and nutrition and workshops, and I'll let Aubrey talk about that part of it. As far as the architectural side of it, there's actually no expansion of the building planned, apart from a small overhang on the opening onto Montgomery. So it will retain the basic look of this, I think, quite simple but attractive 70s building. It's going to be brightened up a bit. It's a little dull and gloomy at the moment. So the color scheme's going to, the white's getting whiter and the brown's getting darker, and little color accents in the areas of the restaurant. The main difference is to open up onto Montgomery so that the east side of the building will be given over to the restaurant, and it'll have an opening on that side, which at the moment is completely closed off. And then the Matilaha side of the building will still be the same center. So we will reproduce that rock and entry on the Montgomery side that is already on the Matilaha side. Parking remains where it is. I'm pretty certain that we can achieve, but I'll let Lawrence talk about the landscaping. We can achieve ADA compliant walkways with flagstone set in concrete. So that will, at the moment the landscaping is shown as is on the pictures that you have, but Lawrence Nicklin, who's going to talk next, also has redesigned the landscaping to make it more drought tolerant and more applicable to where we are now with that. The major differences are going to be interior remodeling. We're keeping the old stained glass windows, relocating one of them, but other than that, they'll all be there. It's a kind of memory of Clawson's when it was there. Adding skylights and adding everything that's needed for a modern permitted restaurant kitchen. I think that's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the architect? No? Okay. Do you have
And-
other people that want to?
And sorry, one other thing I was going to say, there's something about creating a different corner there. At the moment, that's a very dead corner on the Montgomery side, so to try and kind of revitalize that whole section there as it comes through.
Good. And then, Kathleen, you have a question?
I do have a couple questions, and maybe it's better for me to ask them. Is there, what's the other
The landscape.
team members and?
Yeah, so we have Lawrence Nicklin who did the landscaping.
Right, and then you're going to have somebody talk about the restaurant and the health
Yes,
center?
yes.
I'll hold my questions till the
For
end.
the- for- They
might
can
get
talk. They can
answered.
talk better about the use. Yes.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
Lawrence, you want to come up and explain yourself?
Good evening, Lawrence Nicklin, 921 Showcat Drive. I'm the designer, the landscape designer, and basically the design was a very simple design. The back of the building, it's got this big, huge oak tree. We're actually going to remove some of the asphalt away from the oak, from the building, and actually open up the root system, as you were talking earlier about our heritage trees, and that's one of them. And we're going to create some seating out in the front where people can sit outside. So there's going to be a low hedge in front, and just softening the whole corner. We're adding a tree, a California sycamore, to the corner. And obviously all the grass that's there is going to be removed. And really it's just a simple design. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, any questions for the landscape architect? I'm sure Commissioner Nolan has some questions.
Lawrence probably knew that I'd ask. So I heard you mention the hedge that's shown on the corner.
Yeah,
And so you know about, it's not going to exceed 3 feet in height and what have you.
Exactly,
So it's
yeah.
going to be trimmed and
it's going
kept
to be
low.
trimmed. Yeah, it won't be trimmed in a box shape. It'll be kept,
Okay, good.
loose. Yeah.
Then I had some questions about the hardscape, because it's not labeled on the plan. So in our report, it mentions the decorative gravel and the flagstone, and then I also see on the plan, it says new DG. So I'm not sure where the flagstone path is, where the decorative gravel is, and is the DG stabilized?
So the actually the flagstone pathway is going to be where you coming across. If you're looking at the front of the building from Matilla Street to the right, that whole area going around the building will be flagstone, and so we doing 2-inch flagstone. It'll be set in DG, but having a minimal gap between the flagstone.
So is that, I'm not sure where, so is that on the corner you're speaking of, on Matilla?
So to the right side, so the existing entrance in the front to the right side and going around onto the side
I'm just
street.
going to hold it up, right in here?
Correct, that
That's
area.
all flagstone?
That's going to be flagstone.
And is that where your outdoor dining is also?
That's where there will be possibly outdoor dining there.
Okay, so that wasn't labeled, okay.
Yeah.
So flagstone on sand, and then where is the decomposed granite?
It'll be to grout in between the grouts of the flag.
Oh, okay, so all the areas that are labeled DG are actually flagstone with decomposed granite in between?
Yeah, so the idea is to keep it porous, and that was
Okay.
the idea of that.
All right, and then where's the pea gravel at?
There's no pea gravel.
Oh, it was mentioned in our report, and I once again, nothing was labeled on here, so I wasn't quite sure on that.
No, there's no pea gravel there.
Okay, and there was also mentioned in the report that there were going to be an olive tree or olive trees, and
Olive trees?
I didn't see that on the schedule. Non-fruiting olives, and I didn't see them on the plan or the schedule.
No, there's no non-fruiting olives, so I don't know why that's in the report.
Okay.
That's why it's not on the plan.
Okay. Existing, all right. I think I might have underlined it.
So Lawrence, so you're basically taking out all the grass around the
The grass is
building and
coming out,
replacing
yeah.
it with
Yeah.
flagstones with DG in between the
Correct. yeah.
flagstones?
So
was
there's
in
that
here
piece of, so if you're looking at the main entrance, there's that piece of grass to the left, and then to the right, and the left it's going to become a planter bed.
Okay.
On the left side, and the right side is where the flagstone and the hedge is going around that section. It's basically just to partition it off from the street, so it's a room, sort of. That's
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to see all that grass go away, because it's a lot of it.
John, two more things. I'm just looking to see if I had anything else. Okay, I think that's it for now.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the landscape architect? Yes, Mr. Quilty.
Thank you, sir. So just to clarify, on this drawing here,
Yes.
it shows landing and what looks like a wide pathway that takes the place of part of what's there now and extends around the corner of the building to maybe call it the side entrance to the Hip Cafe.
Correct. Yes.
And then the rest of that space in there is also DG?
It's going to be
Between there and the street, either street?
Yeah, it's going to be mainly flagstone with.
Okay,
and
flagstone with DG between,
Between,
okay.
yeah.
And that's where you're going to put the outdoor dining?
If that
Okay.
happens, yes.
Okay.
All right.
John?
Great.
I just wanted to clarify the mistake in the administrative report. On page 3 of 4, second to the last paragraph, it does say a total of 8 new non-fruiting olive trees are proposed for installation, 6 behind the building and 2 in the front yard area. So I hear that they're not happening, but I wanted to point out that that is in the administrative report.
Sounds like the application of the other project I sent. Someone seems to have got muddled. Is
That could
Yeah,
always
there's no-
happen, I don't know.
I think it's another project.
Okay.
Okay.
I was a little confused myself.
Anything else not happening that we need to know about? Okay.
All right, thank you, Lawrence. Jane, did you have other people that want to explain the project to us? Or-
Aubrey Bolkind, 555 Camino Cielo, Ojai. I'm the owner, and I want to talk about the program primarily. So what is the one word that can describe the world today? I submit that it could be insane. Insane the way we abuse our bodies by what we eat and how we exercise. Insane that we spend more than 20% of the gross national product on GMP on trying to cure diseases caused by food and pharmaceuticals that are toxic to our body. To put that in context, just one disease, diabetes, actually we spend more on that than the whole education budget from kindergarten through college. Anyway. In fact, 80% of all diseases today are created by lifestyle choices. Trying to fix that by tackling symptoms as opposed to focusing on the fundamental causes is the epitome of insane. You can cure lifestyle diseases easily by changing your lifestyle. Sane Center will provide a possible avenue for people to more easily adopt a lifestyle that will be an antidote to the existing system. The main focus of the Sane Center is to help people self-heal through rejuvenation. When you are sick, it means that your body is in imbalance and it manifests itself in your weak links. There are many ways to heal oneself, but the system needs to be holistic to work properly. What self-heal means is that your body will heal itself without the need for a lot of pharmaceuticals or any pharmaceuticals in these lifestyle diseases. Regarding Ojai's master plan, it states that Ojai has one of the highest percentages per capita of healers in the nation. Many of these healers work within walking distance of the Sane Center. We want to provide a nexus, a community for them to prosper and grow. As for the downtown rectangular spine that Jane was talking about, it is anchored by the post office in Livy Park in the southwest and in the northwest by the Rainbow Grocery. We hope we can be the northeast anchor. We believe we can draw pedestrians down Matilaha Street and off Ojai Avenue and bring them to Montgomery, which has very little foot traffic for the struggling commercial stores that we've interviewed there. Our center will offer programs, workshops, and exercise. For example, workshops in body intelligence by world leaders such as Byron Katie and Gay Hendricks. In fact, Carol and I, my partner, are about to graduate out of the leadership program and be healers from Gay and Kate Hendricks. We are also graduates of the Optimum Health Institute in San Diego. It's a world-leading physical, emotional, and mental detox center. Some of the top practitioners there will come and teach at the Sane Center. We will also be a venue for movement classes, yoga, and breath work. For the mind, there will be classes on consciousness, awareness, and meditation. For the heart, classes on connecting to yourself, others, and to nature. For our land, there will be classes on permaculture. One of the most important foundational elements in self-healing is the food we eat. For that, we will have a sane nutrition program, primarily based on the Optimum Health Institute. The program will also focus on what you eat, how you digest it, which involves how you actually combine the food and the order in which you eat the food, and a detox program. I'm so proud to have Hip Vegan be an important member of the Sane Center. Over the past few years, we've become dear friends. We just love their wonderful, delicious food, which most importantly makes us feel really good an hour or two after we eat it. Our bodies are in harmony with this food. They are and Ben and Marissa, who are going to speak for a few minutes, have become soul friends of ours. In the last 3 years, they've won the Best Vegetarian Restaurant Award in Ojai. So that's all available for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for the owner? No? Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, did we have someone else that wanted to speak about the restaurant itself?
Hi, I'm Ben DiChiacchio at 519 South Ventura Street, and I'm the chef and owner at Hip Vegan. My wife and I started Hip Vegan 5 years ago. We've seen tremendous support from locals and visitors alike, and our business continues to grow and grow. We're incredibly grateful to the people of Ojai for their acceptance and support of Hip. However, a few years ago, our landlord at Hip sold the building to a restaurateur who told us that he was going to put a restaurant in at our current spot and that we would have to leave. Since then, we've been looking for a new location, and there have been places in Ventura and Santa Barbara, downtown in Ventura, Santa Barbara Public Market, and places that we've had to look at. But we want to stay here. We live here, and Hip, in my mind, belongs in Ojai. So we waited. Places that have come up in town over the last couple of years haven't worked out for one reason or another. But when Aubrey came to us and told us about his vision for the Sane Center and for the future of Hip, it felt like the right decision to us. A downtown location for Hip will give us the opportunity to do more. We'd like to do 3 meals a day. We'd like to have longer and more consistent hours. A chance to increase our food and drink offerings and just in general better serve the community. We've always been organic, healthy, and a plant-based restaurant, and a partnership with the Sane Center would also give us access to their local organic farm, which will allow us to source more of our produce directly from the farm and have a relationship with the grower, which is pretty cool. We want Hip to be a better restaurant. We've waited for something good to come our way, and I feel like this is the right thing. At our current spot, we're kind of bursting at the seams. We need more space. We need a bigger kitchen, more storage, more seating. At 316 Matilaha, we'll have 3 times the seating. And I hope that you can approve this project and allow us to continue to serve food in Ojai. We do need to move as soon as possible, as we are currently month to month at our location and might have to leave at any time. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Any questions for this restaurant? No?
No?
Thank you.
A question?
Oh, Ray has a question.
I do.
Yeah.
You mentioned briefly that some of the produce are coming from Aubrey's Ranch?
There is a farm, yeah, the
Okay.
Sane Farm.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't mentioned before. Awesome.
Yeah, so we've already started, letting them know what we're needing and
Oh, I got it. And then it'll be grown up
It'll be grown
on
at the
that
farm,
ranch.
and we can get
Oh,
the
that's
produce.
great.
Yeah. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
So, Ms. Carroll, do you have any other presenters, or is that it?
Hello, my name is Marissa DiChiacchio. I am Ben's wife and the manager of Hip Vegan right now. I think he said pretty much everything, but I just wanted to come say hello and introduce myself, and also mention that we're the only vegan restaurant in a big radius. So there's like one in Santa Barbara, one in Thousand Oaks, but in this area, we're the only thing. So I hope we can move into this spot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing, and I have a large number of speakers cards. I really appreciate all the people that showed up here this evening to talk about this. So I'm going to start with Meg Goodwin. So So each speaker has 3 minutes. You'll see a little timer here on
Oh,
the
thanks.
dais. And we'd appreciate it if you limit your comments to the 3 minutes and make sure everything's addressed to the board itself. Thank you, Meg. Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Meg Goodwin, 304 North Montgomery. I just want to say I think this is a wonderful project. We're really lucky to have somebody like Aubrey that's got this kind of vision. And it'd be really nice to get like you said, a sane, healthy center in Ojai to balance out all these wine tastings. So I think it's really exciting. This looks like a really good comprehensive vision for that part of the block there. So I can't say, it all looks good. The landscaping looks good. It's, permeable to the ground. It's getting rid of the grass. It looks really nice. So I hope you guys can help them facilitate that. It'd be great to see HIP be able to expand into a bigger space. I have a lot of customers that come up and shop in my store and go to HIP, and it's not open a lot, so they're going to be thrilled that there'll be 3 meals a day. So I think it looks great. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next card is Nick Ferrante.
Hi there. My name's Nick Ferrante. My husband and I, PJ, own the property adjacent to Sane Center. That's 207 North Montgomery Street. We would like to say that we will gladly take any olive trees or pea gravel that are left over. We're right next door. You can deliver them. We will make good use of that. So if that accidentally happens, we have a place to put those. But we are happy, and we are really satisfied with everything that we've heard thus far. We think it'll be a really positive addition to Montgomery Street. We agree that it is sort of, in that first block or so, pretty dead, and hate to use that analogy, being that it was a funeral home, but it is appropriate. There's nothing there that attracts people from Ojai Avenue, namely tourists who can spend some dollars. And there are stores that are further down and away from Ojai Avenue. We hope in the future to also develop our property into something that's mixed use, and that it would only benefit us to see that there was some traffic. So we would say, yay. I hope you guys say yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. My next card is from Audrey Balkand.
That's me.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So you already spoke. I have a card for Ben DiCiaccio. Okay, Ben. This is getting easier and easier. Lauren Crow.
Hello, my name's Lauren Crow, and I live at 2454 Matilaha Canyon Road in Ojai. And I am the current manager at the Sane Center, so I'm really excited. I hope that you say yes to this project. The vision that we are putting together is really holistic, not just about, it's about health on all levels, mind, body, spirit, land, and all of those things connect together. So we're trying to approach it from many, many angles to create a really diverse offering to the community here, bringing really high quality, top-notch healers to have workshops and classes at the center. And Hip Vegan is amazing, delicious food, so I really want to see them stay in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone being so succinct. This next one is Marisa. Oh, Marisa, you already spoke. All right. Boy, we're going to just zip through this. Carol? Yes. Carol, I'm not sure how I pronounce your name. Blasky, okay. Thank you.
Hi there. So I'm Carol Blaschke at 555 Camino Cielo. I'm Aubrey's partner. And have spent most of my adulthood in metaphysics. And so I always had people say, you should go to Ojai. And now I'm here bringing ice to the Eskimos. There are a lot of healers here, but this to me is a way to make physical a lot of the metaphysical areas that I've specialized in. I'm an astrologer, and I have taught clairvoyance and all that stuff. And it's all becoming much more acceptable and mainstream. So we're looking forward to being able to put a lot of these different aspects together, and hope you guys approve it, and we're very excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, for a change of pace, my last card is for William Ulrich. Figured you would offer us an antidote to everything that's come before.
No, actually, I'm going to, perhaps, because actually I have a point of order. But first, want to say I absolutely support not only the Sane Center, but the a home for HIP, because that is a community asset. I'm a regular customer and really appreciate the food. And the thought that they were going to lose them is disquieting, to say the least. My point of order, however, relates to a strictly technical component of the staff report and recommendation for adoption by the Planning Commission, in particular item 23, which seems to show up at in every staff recommendation before the Planning Commission. Now, if you do a search, I'm going to presume that you folks have seen this enough that maybe nobody's read it, or maybe someone has read it. I would expect the two gentlemen at that table to have read it. It makes reference to City Ordinance 672, ultra-low flow water consumption fixtures, May 8th, 1990, adoption. Now, whenever a city council has a resolution, number 672, it winds up getting promulgated and adopted by the city and incorporated into the municipal code as an ordinance. I couldn't find one that relates to 672. I found one when I finally looked at an antiquated list of city resolutions that it made reference to it being incorporated as Title 9-1.802. But when I tried to look that up, I couldn't find it. And my understanding is this is Title 9. I come before you periodically to point out that you folks are getting asked, or sometimes on your own initiative, including building code conditions to projects, and this is appropriate to the 316 East Matilaha Street project, as well as the forthcoming 334 East Ojai Avenue. And this is building code, not Title 10 planning. But more importantly, it's a plumbing condition that apparently doesn't exist in the city code, at least that it's accessible to myself, who does this quite often. And perhaps somebody could point that out to me where I might locate it, but notwithstanding the fact that it gets replicated by staff, and each and every one of these resolutions is, to my view, sloppy. And the fact that you folks look at it and don't at least ask a question periodically, especially when you see it every time. So that's about the sum total of my comment. I may come back for the next item and be duplicative. I prefer not to. You got anything yet, Mr. Summers? Okay, Mr. Higgins?
Reviewing my online copy of the code.
Yeah, well, that's the same place I looked at 3 times.
I'm just trying to think of how many resolutions I've voted for over the years that probably had this condition.
Well,
in it.
but once again,
Just sort
if
of take it
things
as
get flopped over,
Yeah.
and pretty soon you don't remember why, and new staff doesn't understand the antecedents, and it just keeps getting done. And it's just sloppy governance from a practical perspective, right? That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ulrich. Appreciate that. Well, that's the end of our speakers' cards, but this is a public hearing. Sorry? Oh, I'm sure.
You might close the hearing, and then I'm happy to respond to those points.
Yeah, you can respond to this. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this matter? We have other matters on the agenda, but here comes one of our favorite city council members.
Susan Francina, I just want to say, I want to thank the owners of Hip Cafe for providing the Ojai community with the most incredible, healthy, delicious vegan food. I've brought friends there who aren't vegan, and they thought they couldn't believe how delicious the veggie burgers were. And I'm just thrilled, with, along with everyone else who spoke, that they're going to come and anchor that part of the Ojai landscape, and they're surrounded by at least 4 yoga centers just a few feet away. I teach at Sacred Space Studio just about 1 minute away from there. And they're, like they said, it'll anchor the whole hub of the healers that are working there. It's a wonderful addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to bring it back here to the table for discussion. So, Mr. Summers, do you have a response to Mr. Ulrich's point?
Thank you. A couple of points. First off, I haven't had a chance to research this particular ordinance in detail as it was raised now. It may be, as I recall, this is a 1990 standard that was put in place. It is cited in 91801 as part of the prior adoption of the Uniform Plumbing Code, not 91802. And it has likely been replaced by more recent standards because the state code continuously updates the plumbing standards applicable to commercial projects since the 1990s, since 1990 exactly. So I would suggest that we clean up the language of this section to reflect it, to state something along the lines of, the building shall be equipped with ultra-low water plumbing fixtures as required by current state law.
So I thought Mr. Ulrich's point was a good one. That's a Title IX issue, and why is it even part of a Planning Commission resolution?
That point is a couple points on that. First, the Planning Commission has the power to impose any standard that will withstand takings analysis and will withstand a challenge for exceeding the city's police power. In other words, the Planning Commission's bailiwick isn't artificially divided on any given project. Title 10 and Title 9 division comes in when you are rewriting the codes. The Planning Commission, with the concurrence of the council, or rather with the council's action, has control over the zoning code as directed by the council and as approved and ordered by the council. The same is true for the Building Appeals Board and Title IX. The council directs, the Building Appeals Board recommends, and the council could rewrite with the Building Appeals Board Title IX governing the building code standards, subject to a variety of state laws. The same for the zoning code, subject to a variety of state laws. As a particular project comes through, the Planning Commission has the power to impose a condition upon the project that would add a standard that would be a building code standard, but doesn't deviate from the building code. No one has the power to deviate from the building code once adopted by the city, with whatever local amendment the city wishes to adopt, if any, subject to the state floors. However, the Planning Commission has the power to impose a standard, for example, a gray water fixture standard, as was imposed relatively recently on the 601 Pearl project recommended by this commission, imposed by the council. The Planning Commission has the power to do that, even though that's a plumbing standard, because it isn't prohibited by the building code, it isn't in conflict with the building code, and it's not a universal standard applicable to all projects, i.e. a rewrite of the building code that would require approval by the BAB, recommendation by the BAB and approval by the council as an amendment to Title IX. Applied here, this standard, as we've just discussed, would be just requiring nothing above this existing state law. So you could delete it, or you could include it as a restatement of what's already true. And we will research the exact provenance of the cited ordinance and confirm that nothing's amiss there. I do believe that ordinance, it's worth pointing out, not every ordinance gets codified. It depends on what it does. It may have been the case that it wasn't codified because it didn't need to be codified, but I don't have the text of that ordinance in my head.
Thank you.
Does that
I would
clarify the
imagine
questions?
that the state standards have changed in the last 27 years. to
I
make
expect
things
so.
more restrictive.
And I know they've changed for residential properties. I believe they've also changed for commercial.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to comment on, or Mr. Higgins, do you have a?
Chairman Merck, to Commissioner Kulis's comment or question with regard to the setback, the staff hasn't noted any encroachments into the setback as a result of the project. There is an eave. There are exceptions in the code for eaves or overhangs, and certainly flat work or anything under a certain height is permissible in an encroachment. And even if it was outside of the setback or not within the realm of the exceptions in the code, the VMU zone district has a median setback, so we're safe.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I did have one question for Mr. Summers. It's a more general application of the topic that's in condition 23 here, and I think it's 31 in the next item. Does the state law or the city ordinance, once you find the reference that talks about ultra-low water flow, does that require retroactive or replacement of plumbing fixtures if they exist at the time and are not compatible with this ordinance or any subsequent legislative change? I'm not sure there are any toilets or sinks or anything else in this building that are more than 27 years old.
The city would be exempt from most of this. So this building isn't your best example. But because the city can exempt itself from its own codes, mostly. So that maybe isn't your best example. I'd stick to the private development projects as the example.
Well, the wording of this condition 23 on the face of it, to me, implies that all the plumbing fixtures in the building are subject to replacement. And I'm just asking, is that a valid legal requirement, or is it a requirement on any new construction?
The answer is going to be one of those lawyer answers, a little bit fractured. The new state law requirement for any residential property that's sold after January 1st of this year is they must be updated to a certain standard, even if they're existing. There's no teeth in the requirement, but that's the standard. The teeth is disclosure to the buyer. This isn't residential, this is commercial. I do not know off the top of my head the standard for commercial. However, the city has the power, as a part of approving this remodel, to require that. In other words, the city has the power to require the existing fixtures, if any exist, be updated to the present standards.
Well, I was in that building when it was still a mortuary, and I know there are plumbing fixtures in the building. I don't know if any of them are going to be retained in the new design, but
I'd suggest that
the
we defer that
question
one to the applicant.
stands, is this requirement a requirement to replace everything that's in there to a particular standard if it doesn't currently meet it?
As worded, yes.
I understand, as worded, but
And-
is that valid?
Yes, the city has the power to make that requirement. They're coming to the city seeking permits to expand their, not expand the building, but remodel the building. That creates a nexus for the city to impose requirements to offset the impacts of that remodel, particularly here including adding a restaurant, which would increase water usage. That's a sufficient nexus to justify requiring that all existing fixtures be upgraded to reflect new standards,
Okay,
if the
ma-
commission so chose to
Okay,
recommend.
I think I understand your position then. Chair Merk, I would be in favor in this item and item, I think it's 31 in the next agenda item, that we instead use a standard that says the building would be equipped with ultra-low water using plumbing fixtures for, et cetera, the ordinance call out or whatever, for any plumbing fixtures that are being replaced as a result of this construction or remodeling. I don't like the idea of forcing people to change everything throughout a building just because they're coming in.
Actually, we do that now for residential.
Well, I understand.
Yeah, and I think the same thing probably applies for commercial, but I don't know. If you make any changes in the building, you have to upgrade all the fixtures. That's been in place for several years.
And that is also the standard.
Any
for-
changes in the building, you have to upgrade all the plumbing?
In a residential building, state building code, again, as of this year, requires if you do
Yes.
a remodel in a building above a certain minimum size, you have to replace all the fixtures in the residence.
Yeah.
Again, I confess I don't know if the same is true for commercial. That's the one I don't know off the top of my head. But certainly you have the power to do it regardless of state law minimums. But if you wish to do it less, then if you don't wish to impose that condition as you've recommended, Commissioner, Vice Chair Quillisi, the commission could make that decision, and then if it's confirmed that state law forces it, then state law forces it.
Okay. Ray, perhaps you can lift the... 10
Well,
minutes.
to ground this into practical application, can we hear from the applicant to see what they're going to do with the plumbing?
We could ask. Jane, do you have a response to that?
All the plumbing is going to be replaced, and they will be low flush. And as far as I understand, building and safety will require that with a change of use. But in this particular instance, it will be replaced. And there will be current standard low flush fixtures everywhere.
Thank you. All right, other comments, discussion?
Just one more question
All
for
right.
staff. With regard to condition 15, this is on attachment A, page 4 of 8. I'm sorry. With regard to condition 15, which begins in the unlikely event that cultural resources are exposed during construction, I'm wondering, has there been a PAA or a Phase 1 done on this property? Is there, I guess with the taking out of the turf and the putting in the DG, there's going to be ground disturbing activities, but has anything been done up to now? It says in the unlikely event, and that implies to me that some study of the property has already been done, which makes it a low probability occurrence.
Chairman Merck and to Commissioner Quillisi, I have to punt on that because it's not my project. I didn't review it. But as you know, our policy is to require a PAA on everything. And so in this case where there is some ground disturbance, even though it's minor with only a couple of inches off the surface in the area of the front yard, and again, with the...
Excuse me, ground disturbance doesn't have any numbers conflated
Sure,
with
understood.
it, so.
Right, and in addition, the asphalt removal around the tree is ground disturbance, so I'll have to check that for you and get back to you after the hearing, but.
Okay.
We submitted a ground disturbance
Okay.
All right.
It sounds like we have confirmation. Sorry. It sounds like we have confirmation that from Ms. Herbrook that it was produced rather through the preliminary archaeological assessment PAH process, and thus in the unlikely event statement is based in some sense of some grounding of it is unlikely to encounter. But of course, it's always possible, hence the conditions.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'm looking forward to entertaining a motion on this.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve design review permit DRP 1703 for a remodel and change of use from a Theater 150 to the Sane Center and Health Center, and provide workshops, exercise space, and a vegan restaurant. And I don't think we have to adjust any of the conditions.
All right. We can have discussion, but first we need a second. Anybody want to second that?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Commissioner Nolan?
Yeah, I just had a comment. And I think it could be done by the director, actually, and maybe we could add it to the conditions or at least consider it. I think there needs to be more information on the landscape plan, which is a big portion of the project, because it's the exterior area, especially like the flagstone and what's going on out there and the
Isn't that
planting.
going to be regulated by the permit process itself?
Right, I mean, but we didn't get to review what that looks like, or what does that mean, and I just felt like there was some missing information, and I guess, I mean, I know there's a checklist that you have to comply with, when you're gonna submit, so maybe we don't need to bring it up. For me, I felt like there was some missing information on it, and I know in the past, we've just said, okay, the director could actually look at it and approve it, and I'm just kind of throwing it out there that we might want to do it. And there was one other thing, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier, and it was to add bicycle parking, or, racks or some sort of bicycle parking to the project, which I know we typically do on our commercial projects.
You can propose an amendment to the motion that's on the table.
Yeah, I guess that's what I would do. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Nolan, would you want to review whatever final landscape plans they have? Would that satisfy that?
No, I think the director could do it. I just felt like there was some missing information that we didn't get to look at, and not that it would have to come back to us, but that the director could review it.
I'm a little concerned that we might not have a director to review it, and it might be better to.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It appears to be somewhat minimal. I mean, it's, well,
Right.
not, I mean, what's going to be disturbed mostly is the flagstone in the front going around the corner, which is pretty well described. Being in the business, I understand what that looks like, so I may be at an advantage where I can visualize that.
I do too.
Pretty
But I'm
easily.
guessing, yeah. Yeah.
Well, even if they were to draw little squiggly marks on the map and show it as flagstone, it still wouldn't give anybody an idea what that would actually look like.
All right.
They would have to, show maybe a photograph or a picture. But flagstone is a pretty common.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, right.
Very well aware.
Yeah, right. I know you know that.
Yeah, I just.
That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah, usually we see, more of like with the dinings, if they're going to do dining, what's it going to look like and what's actually going on out there. So maybe it's a moot point, and I just wanted to bring it up if anyone else had a consideration for that. I'd be willing to concede on that, but I would like to add the bicycle parking, so.
All right.
Yeah,
Do you have a specific suggestion for where?
oh, actually,
On the landscape one, you might look at condition number 2
okay,
on page 3 of 8 of attachment A. Presently requires the landscaping plan to be approved under the current code, which would require approval by the director, but we
Okay,
could
so
make
maybe-
that express, if you wish, perhaps adding
Mhm.
third line down, a landscape plan shall be submitted for a landscape plan review and approval by the director prior to issuance of the building permit.
okay. So
Would that meet the need?
That would actually, yes, that would. Okay. The director.
Okay.
All right. And then as far as the bicycle parking, I guess that would be just another condition, or correct me if I'm wrong, or direct me. I would just say to make it street accessible bike parking.
Do you have a number in mind? I mean, bike parking could be complied with just one rack, or?
Yeah, I would
Be
look
specific
at it
on the
as
racks.
one parking rack, one parking space lengthwise, which can hold quite a few bicycles.
Right, well, especially if they're having the DG area. I mean, I didn't get into looking at where it would be. I think if it was accessible off of Montgomery or Matilaha, but so that we're inviting less car use and considering all the work that we're doing with complete streets in the downtown area.
How many bikes does a standard rack hold?
Well, it could be 2, it could be 8, it could be 10, depending on the rack.
Gonna be-
Well,
If you dedicate an entire parking space for it.
Right, but why
Well,
would
I'm
you
not
want to
saying
lose
to
a
lo-
tire? You don't want to lose a
No, I'm
parking
not-
space
Well,
then.
you usually lose a parking space when you have
I'm
a
not-
bike rack. It just takes up that much space.
I'm not referring to losing a parking
Oh, that's what
space.
this
That's
is.
a little more.
You're adding to it.
Yeah, so this would not be,
Oh, I see.
They
Taking a
have met that requirement on parking, so
yeah,
they
so,
have.
yeah. So
some
I'm just talking about
flexibility there.
outside of the vehicle parking, somewhere else on the property, they would locate
I see.
bicycle
Okay.
racks, meaning bike parking,
Looks like there's a nice spot to the right of the entrance to the restaurant.
right on Matilaha.
Yeah,
Does
right
the
on
architect want to address that? Want to
Would you
open
wanna
up
address that?
to the architect?
Yeah, well, the only trouble with that is that's going to be in the setback, right? Or we're not allowed to put the bike parking in the setback, are we?
I don't think it's an issue because it's not a permanent fixture.
Chairman Merck, my suggestion would be to add a condition that requires a certain number of spaces for a number of bikes. So
Do you care where they are?
racks can carry any number of or quantity of bikes, so, and then we can leave it up to the director later to review where on the site
Okay,
is
that's
best
good.
suited,
Okay.
and work with the applicant on any exceptions to setbacks that
Yeah.
need to be there.
There is space at the back of the property, but the parking is shared with 3 other uses, so we have to check with everybody there. But there's definitely space on the property.
I think it's a practical thing because
Yeah. Yeah.
I
great.
go to HIP occasionally.
It's great, yeah.
Me
and-
too.
Yeah, occasionally, and
And we might be able to shift one of the
and
parking
I take my bike most
spaces.
of the time, and so biking is a
Yeah, no, it's a
really
good
important
idea. It's a
thing
good idea. It'd be
to
great.
to have. So
But yeah, and I just want to be clear, this isn't in lieu of taking out one of the vehicle spaces. This would be located somewhere else on the property.
There is a possibility of squeezing another parking space further back and maybe using one of the front ones for a bike rack.
That's what I'm thinking. See, I'd,
Yeah.
I'd like to have the bike parking more accessible.
At the front, where-
In the front,
Okay.
than
Yeah,
hidden
as long as
back
they met
somewhere.
the parking
Yes,
requirements.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
and I
for
think they meet the
vehicles.
parking
Okay.
requirements, so I think we leave the
I'm good with that.
flexibility up to them.
Okay,
Right.
so why don't we say
Thank you, Ms.
bicycle
Carroll.
parking for a minimum of 6?
Yeah, that's
You
good.
can always do more.
I would encourage more,
biking?
because 6,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I
Yes.
give some input on that?
Yeah?
There's also, different designs of bike racks. Particularly, I'm thinking of the one at No Slope behind No Sovito, which is vertical, so it doesn't take a lot of horizontal plane space because they're vertical racks. So in the back of the building, maybe there's a vertical rack that could go there, and you wouldn't lose parking space at all.
All right, thank you. So, Chester, we have your motion.
Yeah, with a motion, and
Want
and we have a
to-
couple of conditions. I wrote down on item number 2, page 3 of 8, on the landscaping, to have it approved by the director, correct? And to add wherever staff deems the best location, to add the owners to provide 6 spaces of bicycle parking, a minimum.
We'd suggest that as a new condition after condition 25,
Okay.
renumbering condition 26 to 27.
26. And Mr. Quilisi, are you okay with that? Because you seconded that motion.
I seconded it,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and I
Rosalie?
still do.
You're good with that? All right, good. Any other discussion?
I just want to make a quick comment that
Thank
when
you.
First, I'm really enthusiastic about the use of the property, both for the workshop aspects and the focus on healing and wellness, and of course also a new home for HIP. We would all be bereft without HIP. And then I'd just like to say that when I first saw the paint board, I was a little concerned with the 5 different colors of trim, and so I asked for the artist rendering because I couldn't quite imagine where it was all going to go, and I think it's super chic and well done, and it's really going to, as you say, bring life to a formerly more dormant area, let's say it that way, and I think it's going to be great for all of Montgomery. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Other discussion? I'd like to thank everybody in the audience for all your patience with our whole process here. I know it's incredibly boring sometimes. Could we have a roll call, please?
Isabella?
Yes.
Corbin?
Yes.
Jagiello?
Yes.
Quilisi?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
Thank you. So you guys are
Bon
well
appetit.
underway with that. We're going to move on to item 3. Item 3 is a lot line adjustment, LLA 1701, design review permit DRP 15-12, and development agreement DA 1701, and a notice of exemption for exterior improvements at 334 East Ojai Avenue. Assessors parcel numbers are 0210140-140, 140-130, and 140-125. Project involves the expansion of the commercial use associated with the subject property at 335 East Ojai into restaurants with outdoor dining. The general plan designation of the site is general commercial. The zoning classification of the site is commercial. A categorical exemption has been prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The owners are the Shanks Investment Group, the representative is the Becker Group, and the applicant is the Robert William Company, Ben Turner Designer. Could we hear from the staff on this, please?
Chairman Merck, Jay Higgins from planning staff. The project before you has quite a long runway in terms of public input and some concept reviews before your commission, HPC, and City Council on 2 occasions. And the reason for all the early input is twofold. One, the architecture of the project, and secondarily, and perhaps more importantly, the project involves city-owned land. So the city is a co-applicant here, and the City Council has been made aware and given their blessing on how to process this project in terms of swapping out the like-for-like land area to accommodate the project, which is to increase the vitality of the area to some degree with outdoor seating for the associated restaurants next door that will go into the existing building. And notice I didn't say outdoor dining, it's outdoor seating. So a very fine distinction. In our code, we have outdoor dining, which is, the construct really is, outdoor dining is something that, a restaurateur would have a couple of chairs or maybe a table in the right-of-way or on the sidewalk. That's not what this is. We're not doing outdoor dining. There's no requirement for a conditional use permit. It happens to be outdoor seating, but it's not in the right-of-way. It's on private property. So just wanted to make that clarification. The project meets the zone district standards as best as it can. So the property there was organized and subdivided and developed prior to the city's zoning ordinances. So we have substandard lot sizes, buildings built out to beyond what the setbacks require now. But at the end of the day, that's okay. There's provisions in our code that allow for that. And more importantly, we have the benefit of a development agreement for this project that gives us some extra protection in terms of how to organize or entitle property that may not meet every single aspect of our development code. Just to back up a minute, in the staff report, the subdivision of the property is sort of a general term for how we're going to redraw the lot lines. There's any number of mechanical ways we can do that in the Subdivision Map Act. We could merge lots, we can do lot line adjustments, we can do a parcel map. The simplest way to do that is to do a lot line adjustment. The number of lots involved are less than 4, and we're just going to redraw the lines such that one parcel moves over and the walkway moves the other direction. The city's parcel is quite big because that part of the project that's being moved is associated with a much larger parcel, which is the parking lot behind the arcade. So that's another component of the. The best thing, picture's worth 1,000 words. If you're not following along with my narrative of the map and the new lot lines, we've got plenty of exhibits. Again, as I mentioned, the development agreement is serving two purposes. One is it really acts as the form for the transaction between the parties. And it also, pursuant to state government code, allows the city as a co-applicant to entitle projects that don't necessarily meet all of the development standards in the current code. So you couldn't really have a development on this property or reorganize the lot lines to get to a minimum lot size standard in this area. It's fairly impossible to do. So we use the development agreement again for two purposes. Sort of cover for that particular nuance in terms of the development standards in the C2 zone district, and again as a form for the transaction between the parties. I'll let the applicant really get into the architecture of the project, but again, as we do with all of our applicants, we go through sort of an exhaustive analysis of what kinds of triggers or issues are out there: parking, trip generation, traffic, cultural resources, et cetera. Really, the only thing that came up was how to deal with trip generation and parking. The project really is intensifying the use, but it's still outdoor seating, and outdoor seating isn't used as intensely as a conditioned space. So it's not drawing the type of traffic that you would ordinarily expect with a commercial space. So we have trip generation calculations for commercial space. This isn't going to be used round the clock like a commercial building would, so we can discount or not even have to assess any trip generation for those for that square footage, because it's only going to be used maybe a couple of hours a day, right? And it's not conditioned space, so it's not used in the morning or at night when it's cold or really hot. Similarly, with regard to parking, we try to sort of line up what the use is going to be with whatever our parking are the uses that are listed in our parking table, and the closest we could get to is outdoor recreation. So there is a parking ratio that we've suggested. I think you'll hear from the applicant on that as to whether or not they think it's applicable, but it's less than what you would normally assume for commercial space because, again, it's not being used as intensely. Just finally, the architecture of the project has garnered some attention on the earlier concept reviews before your body and the HPC. The project site is in the boundaries of the arcade design guidelines. The guidelines are guidelines. And there's some cover in our code that specifically in our zoning code that says you don't have to require that development in this area specifically mimic the Spanish colonial revival that is the arcade. You can not require that. And I think the applicant's presentation will cover the basis for that. To distinguish the project from the arcade is where they're headed. And of course, it's had quite a bit of air in other hearings, and so we just turn that over to the applicant to have them give you their best pitch in that regard. And unless I've missed anything, Mr. Summers, that's my presentation, and I'm happy to either answer questions or we can turn it over to the applicant who has a PowerPoint.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the staff?
I do. First, I think that this was a very incomplete packet. I really think it was very hard to understand what ultimately is being asked of this commission to review. We don't have color boards. We don't have one fold-out that has one consistent theme with the exterior of the building. Materials are unclear as well. I don't even know what it is that we're reviewing today, but that's a very big concern of mine. I know I was told that the applicant is coming up with a PowerPoint presentation, but I don't think this commission should be making decisions on the fly. So that's one thing. I would really like a clearer explanation of this idea that outdoor space somehow doesn't generate trip traffic and that, or non-conditioned space. Where is that? Where is that stated anywhere that is a thing? What I'm reading is that you have 7 additional peak hours, AM peak trip hours, 7 AM peak hour trips and 15 peak hour trips. What's the mitigation? Again, this is incomplete to me. And this idea that they're only going to use it a couple hours a day, I don't think that that's a thing. I think that I have a big concern about that as well. And then the way that the prior reviews by PC and HPC saying that there were varying opinions. I don't think there were really varying opinions on the architecture. I think it was pretty consistent once I looked at the minutes that I think to a person who expressed an opinion, they thought it should be consistent with the arcade. And I find it difficult to understand why, if they want to go with some other, they want to go with something that departs from what the design guidelines are in the arcade, that we don't have a really solid submission explaining what it is that you want to do. So I will obviously bring that question to you directly, but it's really frustrating. I'm a volunteer, we're all volunteers, and when I have to try to pick and figure out and try to understand what it is that you're doing, it's really frustrating. So I don't know if you can answer any of my questions.
Chairman Merck, to Commissioner Zabia, I'll try 3 general questions. The scope of what the applicant is proposing, what the city and the applicant are proposing, and then generally the space and trip generation, and then architecture. The scope really, and Mr. Summers can comment if I'm oversimplifying it, but the scope for the commission is a design review permit for the project, and the project includes exterior improvements to the building that expand into the property immediately adjacent to it. If the applicant owned all of that property, we wouldn't be here with 3 of the 4 other documents before you. You would just have a design review permit. So the fact that it happens to be city-owned property does make it a little bit more difficult to maybe get your arms around, but because it involves moving a parcel boundary, we have a lot line adjustment, a development agreement, and a new ordinance associated with it. So really, if you look at it from the perspective of as easily as you can, and imagine it's the applicant owns all the property, it's a design review permit for the project to expand into the property next to it to accommodate outdoor seating. As to traffic generation, there's 2 issues as I see it. One is in the traffic report, the traffic engineer has recalculated the trip generation from the existing use of the building, which is retail, to restaurant. So that he has included an increase in trips to the project. And the analysis was done related to our standards for intersection impacts and highway volume impacts, in particular Highway 33. So the added trips associated with the change to restaurants don't trigger any of our thresholds for traffic impacts to intersections or highways. Primarily because and to get I think where your main question is how are we calculating what is happening in the outdoor seating area? The trip generation manuals that are used by the Institute of Transportation Engineers does bake into their formulas outdoor seating and dining. So there's an assumption that restaurants in general, they have gross square footage, and then they also have extra outdoor seating. So technically, the trip generation does include some level of outdoor seating along with the restaurant use.
It specifically says it doesn't. New square footage associated with the patio space is not included because this area is not enclosed. It's on traffic, trips, and circulation, page 6 of 8. And regardless, doesn't the general plan say you cannot be generating additional trips during peak hours?
Only at the Edison Curve intersection on Highway 33 at Casita Springs. There's not a hard prohibition in the general plan on no new peak hour trips anywhere else in the city. The prohibition is there. The traffic engineer has produced some analysis included in attachment D that explains how he gets from a peak hour trip count of 7 for the morning and 15 for the afternoon. He runs it through some analysis and he ends up with a peak hour count of less than 1 at the Edison Curve. My suggestion would be that the applicant needs to produce their engineer to defend that analysis. The questions you've posed is a reasonable question, and I think the answer should be coming from that engineer to explain how the basis for which he's concluding that the outdoor dining space doesn't generate any additional trips because it's baked into the trip generation count presumed for the restaurant square footage, where that math works, and then the rest of his math, it ends up with no new peak hour trips.
What does the general plan say about generating 1 peak trip in the general plan?
The general plan language is built into the circulation element and the air quality element. In paraphrasing, I don't have the exact in front of me. Paraphrasing, it provides that the city may not approve any project that generates more than 1 new peak hour trip, either AM or PM, at the Edison Curve in Casita Springs on Highway 33.
Are you talking about the Ventura County general plan? But I'm talking.
No. The city's general plan sets the standard as that intersection outside the city, not the one in the city. It's designed it was adopted in conjunction with a similar set of terms in this county's general plan as an agreement between the two in the 80s. But it's designed to limit the impact of trips of traffic coming into Ojai on 33 from Ventura. It's designed to prevent projects that would create new traffic on that particular road. Hence, the applicant has discounted traffic on the other 5 routes into town, other 4 routes into town.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's where that standard comes from. And then it's worth pointing out as well that that's one of the two key traffic standards. The other traffic standard is CEQA. But this particular project is small enough that it's exempt from CEQA. But other projects we've seen of late, for example, the large commercial project over on the east end of Ojai Avenue that is not exempt from CEQA, that one has to contest with both of these traffic standards.
Was there a separate CEQA document prepared for the development agreement?
The development agreement is proposed to be accomplished with the same exemption, should the Commission and Council accept it.
Is that proper for a development agreement?
The standard for development agreements depends on the underlying project. I've seen development agreements done with exemptions. I've seen them done with EIRs. It depends on the underlying project. Here, the underlying project is relatively small, so it would be reasonable if the Commission and the Council so choose to proceed with just a notice of exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Zabia, just to clarify the note in the staff report, it's the third sentence on page 6, new square footage associated with a patio space is not included. So that's meant to state that it's not added or additive. We didn't take the commercial square footage and treat it, we didn't take the square footage associated with the dining area and include that in the total square footage that was analyzed for trip generation. So it just meant to say we are not counting that area as it is not traditionally commercial square footage.
I think I'm getting more confused rather than less.
This is like a Zen question. What is the difference between, they can still serve food on that outdoor patio, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it can be outdoor dining, but it's not outdoor dining because it's not on a public right-of-way.
It's just not outdoor dining.
It's our code treats outdoor dining in the right-of-way as a separate category of a use. This happens to be outdoor seating, outdoor dining. It's just not in the right-of-way, so it doesn't require a conditional use permit. But let's just sort of focus on really what I think the issue is that the outdoor dining area is not going to generate the intensity of use that a conditioned commercial restaurant space would generate, because it's not being used as often, as intensely as interior space, especially in the summertime or the wintertime. Or during all hours that a restaurant is open. It's just not the same.
I just think it's a dangerous precedent to start talking about excluding outdoor spaces where food can be had from
Seating and eating.
Seating and eating and traffic. So I don't want to be setting a precedent on that.
It's not an issue germane to Ojai. It's the popularity of restaurants in coastal California has grown to the point that outdoor dining does become a question. It is a good question. And some agencies don't regulate it for parking, for example, unless it's all conditioned. It can get into the weeds in terms of if you have outdoor heaters, are they, will allow roll-out portable propane heaters, but the minute you plumb it and have a permanent fixture, now it's conditioned. So without getting into the weeds in the regulatory control oversight to that degree, we simply are, work with what we have in the code, which is we don't regulate it to that degree for parking unless it's fully conditioned and closed.
Okay.
Your last question, if I may, Chairman Merrick, with regard to architecture. The applicant has left in options in terms of styles. So there are two options, and that maybe what you're referring to is what are we approving. There's just a different variation of the contemporary theme that's there that I'll let the applicant get into, and that may be what you're referring to in terms of some of what is not easily apparent in terms of the exhibit. So,
okay, thank you. Other questions? Just go to.
Thank you. I notice that on the front of the administrative report, it says the recommendation is to adopt a resolution recommending the city council approve the lot line adjustment, the, development agreement, and the DRP. So the resolution having those things attached to it, if we approve the resolution, this says that we endorse those other three documents and recommend that the city council accept it. I'm a little confused by it in that toward the back of our packet, there is an ordinance. Are we also being asked here to recommend that the city council approve this ordinance, which seems to be substantially similar to the material that's stuck on the back of our resolution? In fact, our resolution is stuck on the back of that ordinance. So are we being asked to approve a resolution and recommend approval of an ordinance?
Yes, the resolution's recommendation to approve the development agreement incorporates recommending that the council adopt the ordinance. Development agreement must be approved by ordinance.
Yeah.
And
okay.
That seems to have not been clearly stated in the staff report. We'll clarify that with the next staff report.
Attachment C, page 3, paragraph 2.1, talks about creation of a newly combined parcel of blank square feet. That's in the development agreement. And I think we ought to get a number in there so that we know exactly what we're recommending the city council approve.
No, it's section 2.1.
And since it's in the development agreement, it appears twice in our package, but it's a blank in both cases.
Commissioner Quilisi, it appears as though we missed that section. The square footage of the combined properties, though, is outlined on page 1, and we just...
Page 1 of the development agreement. I'll concede I may have missed it, but I read through this. It was painful, but I read through it, and I did not find it.
I believe it hasn't been calculated yet. We've been waiting for the applicant to provide that particular number and never to get it.
Okay, so we're recommending that the city council approve this document without knowing for sure what's in it.
Commissioner Quilisi, we'll do the math before the...
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
we'll do the math right
okay.
now.
I noticed
all about here.
in the table in the administrative report, talks about the basic development standards on page 3, and talks about the setback in the front being 10 feet. Existing condition is less, the proposed project is 10 feet. But I think the proposed project includes the existing building whose setback is less than 10 feet. Is that what you read as well?
Commissioner Quilisi, could you repeat the question?
Yes, okay.
I'm not following where you are.
Administrative report, page 3 of 8, Table 1, C1, Basic Development Standards. Under setbacks, front says the standard for C1 is 10 feet. The existing condition is less than 10 feet. And there's a note, I have some other questions about the notes on the next page. This is note 5. I want to get back to that too. But it says the proposed project front setback is 10 feet. And I think it is less than 10 feet.
Well, Commissioner Quilisi, you're correct. However, with the combined parcel, the walkway and the improvements for the height of the wall may be under the height required for that setback encroachment. So that should have been notated in the table, but it wasn't.
Did I mistake the side for the front or something?
Are you talking about the setback on Ojai Avenue itself?
I took front setback to be the setback from the boundary that is closest to Ojai Avenue. That's clearly the narrowest dimension of the project.
I believe staff was interpreting the front setback, and this one is the front of the 3 tenant spaces. So the side setback is 0.
So the setback from the wall of the arcade buildings?
Yes, that setback.
Okay.
You're correct. The setback along Ojai Avenue presently is 0 and will remain 0. In other words, they're not planning to move this.
Right.
They're not moving the edge of the building on Ojai Avenue. We're not proposing, rather. It's
So
all
we're going to have a
proposed.
10-foot setback, and there will be included in that setback area a 9-foot wide walkway.
No, the
Is that right?
setback will count, the minimum 10-foot
This is-
setback counts from the edge of the walkway. In other words, the walkway will become city property if this is all approved. Their setback will start at the edge of the walkway, the east edge of the walkway, and then the setback area will be the outdoor seating, outdoor dining area.
Okay.
With no walls taller than 3 feet to comply with the requirements for nothing taller than 3 feet in a setback. That's how they've
Okay.
presently proposed it.
Well, all right.
I'm not sure I'm making that clear.
No. Conceding that I'm easily confused.
Oh, no.
The footnote that was called out there was footnote 5, which is at the bottom of the table on the next page, and it refers to a small bench in front of the existing building.
Get the side setback wrong?
And that bench, I think, is on the sidewalk along Ojai Avenue. Is that, is
a bench
there
for
another
the trolley.
bench somewhere?
No, that's correct, it's front. That's the front
Okay.
setback.
I have it wrong then.
And my question, my follow-up questions would be, who owns the bench? Does that belong to this property owner? Is it the property owner's responsibility to worry about that bench? Or does it belong to the city because it's part of the trolley system? And in any case, I'm wondering why it's called out.
It's called out, Commissioner Quilisi, it's called out because it's in the setback, and I'm seeing that the applicant is indicating that they don't own the bench.
Not my bench, he said.
Not my bench.
Okay.
So it's associated with the trolley service. So your comments,
I think it's not relevant to this owner and this project, then. Would that be fair to say?
I don't.
I don't know where the bench might go otherwise, because it's right by the trolley sign.
Well, Commissioner Quilisi, we don't have title history on the bench, so we don't know, but we figured to call it out anyway, so it's part of the staff report.
Okay. And
I don't think the applicant's proposing to do anything removing the bench, but the applicant could confirm that.
yeah, okay, I probably want to ask of the applicant too, what's going to happen to the face of that building that is closest to Ojai Avenue? Is that's not the front of the building, I guess, from our current conversation.
Apparently, I was wrong in the prior discussion. Staff is considering that the front. I do apologize.
That is the front, okay.
We're all human.
Just one final question there. Footnote number 10 talks about parking for the existing building is generally accessible in city-owned lots in the rear of the property. Is that parking requirement then waived for all the arcade businesses on the same basis? That there is parking existing in this parcel number 250, which is the parking lot, basically?
Provided it meets the conditions of the code, yes. The caveat is that I don't want to give a blanket, owners can do anything without knowing exactly what they're proposing. It's a little hard to speak in the abstract. But yes, other arcade business owners will be able to take advantage of the similar parking availability from the city's parking lot, but I don't want to give a blank check without knowing the exact particulars of a particular project. It'd have to be consistent with the arcade requirements and the design guidelines and the parking standards that govern the allowance of facilities to take advantage of the shared and reduced parking standards for downtown projects.
Okay. In the staff report, page 7 of 8, the paragraph on tree permit and removal, it talks about 8 specimen trees to be removed. I seem to recall the last time this project came before the commission, we were looking at some trees that are growing immediately adjacent to the outside wall of what is Bonnie Lou's restaurant there. And the ones that are set back a bit from Ojai Avenue actually cover up what might arguably be called an unattractive roof line on that building. It sounds like all those trees are going to be taken out, but the existing site plan, the first large fold-out page, implies to me, with these little strangely shaped blobs, I can't tell, is that stuff to be? Okay, great. And the new one says all of those trees are gone?
There's a plant that will along, that's still the existing.
Still existing, okay.
That's the,
Okay, so we're going to take out all the trees that are immediately adjacent to the arcade buildings and put 3 new ones in, looks like. Is that?
Commissioner Quilisi, that's accurate.
Okay, okay. One other question, I think just one other. This is attachment A, page 3, paragraph E. This is in the resolution now. It says, "No new signs are proposed, therefore the signage will not, by size, location, color, or lighting, interfere with traffic," and so on, so on. No new signs? This is, I thought, 3 new businesses in there. Maybe all one owner, I'm not sure, but I thought it was 3 individual operations, and I can't imagine how those businesses would be identified if not by signage of some sort.
Chairman Merck, Commissioner Quilisi, that's correct. No signage to this point has been submitted by the applicant, but we have a condition of approval that if signage is a part of the project later, that they have to come in and submit for a sign permit. So,
okay,
to your point, it's odd that nothing is part of the plans. We'll leave that to the applicant at this point to describe why they haven't submitted that yet, but it's neither here nor there. If they do, we'll require a permit.
That's fine. Then in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, in the 7th whereas, paragraph E, I'm going to recommend that we change that to say no new signs are proposed at this time. However, any new signage proposed would have to meet the city's sign standards. Because it implies right now that there will not be any signage. And I agree with you, no signs are proposed, but it's only at this time. And finally, I'm sorry, go ahead. Finally, I think, condition 16 says applicant shall provide a will-serve letter from the Ojai Valley Sanitary District, but there's no mention of water. Is that still a requirement, a will-serve letter from the water purveyor in the commercial district?
Yes.
If so, that should be added to
Yes, Commissioner Quilisi, we can amend that condition.
I thought we did away with all those. Are
We did
still
away with
requiring
it
the
for
will-serve letters?
ADUs.
Oh, for ADUs, okay.
Commercial development, so we can amend that condition to include the water district as well.
Great.
Okay.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have questions of staff? I'd love to hear from Mr. Turner. Thank you for coming all this way and at such a cost.
Thanks.
Yourself.
Good evening, Chair and
Mr.
Commissioners. So I was going to give a general presentation as to the project, what it's all about, with a little PowerPoint presentation, but I first wanted to sort of get into a couple of the points. I know we're jumping about a little bit here. The reason there are no signs on this permit is because we don't have tenants. We've been over 2 years in this process. Some of that delay has been revolving around the technicalities of the land exchange that we're proposing, which is difficult because we're working with the city. So when we've got tenants, we'll know exactly what the use is, we'll know exactly what the signs will look like, and we'll be coming back through for that. The parking. So I understood it to be simpler in my mind when I spoke to the engineer. He said that all restaurants on his table, which is the ITE's own table, already include a loading for expected exterior usage for a restaurant. If a jurisdiction has their own planning table, that supersedes it. If Ojai had its own traffic trip generation table based upon use, that would supersede it. We don't. So, I mean, I've gone through all the ordinances. There's actually not many mentions, considering how important trip generation is in our valley. There's literally not much in the code about it. So I have to rely on the engineer, and the engineer has communicated to staff that the ITE tables already cover the loading for the exterior usage. Honestly, the only thing other than that I can say is I hope that, one project doesn't bear the burden of a discussion or action because you see the need to change the ordinances. I find this in many jurisdictions, one project gets hammered about something that's really more of a holistic problem. So I only can talk to my engineer, and that's what he's told me. So that's with the parking. The trees, you're right. I'm going to just answer a couple of the questions that come up to me when I've discussed this project. One is about the trees, and one is about the bricks. Actually, maybe I should just cycle through this. Is this for me? I have no idea. Forward and back, forward, reverse. Thank you. Project location. This is the pedestrian experience. I guess the selling point of the project, to the city at least, was the fact that the pedestrian experience ends at this point for a lot of people, and they turn around and cross over. Obviously, the owner is going to get benefit of this project, but the city, and particularly behind the plaza, will get more foot traffic. So that's a selling point. I wanted to show you some of these old photographs. I thought they were fascinating. This building, you can see the little corner architectural elements. And this building, obviously, when it was originally built, was when Ojai didn't have a facade. It was really more of a western town. Obviously, now you can see Libby Arcade is already there in this shot. I wanted to point out, as I flick through these images, that we look at the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines when we're working on buildings which are adjacent to a landmark building or are a historical building. So I wanted to read one point to you from the Secretary of the Interior standards, talking to small towns and cities who wish to protect an interesting and historical element of their town. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. To me, this building has never been, never was, and really could never be a mission revival building. Structurally, it couldn't support a clay tile roof. The only defining features that give it any character at all are not from the mission revival period, as actually nothing was in the town. This was an oil and orange picking town. And I'm hoping that the Commission doesn't try to impose too much of the faux mission style upon the building. When you take a look at the front of the building, you can see this is what we call T111 siding. It's a more modern product. It's a thin plywood with lines down it. If you peel that back, you'd see underneath is sheet metal, flat galvanized metal. That was the original siding on the building. And that's what we came to the Planning Commission, probably 2 years ago now, with. And I won't contradict you that most of the Commission said they were concerned about the choice of the colors and some of the materials. We didn't have the benefit of perhaps bringing these interior standards to their attention at that point, because I think that's an important point, not to try to create a false sense of an architectural style that never was. I think we should be celebrating the fact, even though it doesn't have many architectural features, that if someone's willing to repair and bring it back to its glory, that even though it's different, it's still good. So flicking through, just wanted to give you a sense of, to those that aren't familiar with this area, what it looks like. This brick is very important to the plaza and to the people and the merchants there. It's a defining feature. The onus is on, or the responsibility is upon us. We are asking to essentially move what you see here, this brick alley, over towards Bonnie Lou's. We have to do it. We have to use the same brick. We have to pick it up and move it over. Just the same as when you go into a store. If we break it, we buy it. We got to fix it. There is also a clause stating that we have to maintain this alleyway for 5 years after the land exchange. So it's still on our dime. The other question that crops up is about the trees and this grass area. You can see those trees there. They all are going, they're shown as being removed on the plan. And all along this wall here, there is proposed a green wall, and that's something that people ask me, what is a green wall? It's essentially a lattice which stands slightly separate from the building. We can't attach to this building. It would be difficult structurally, and because it's a historical landmark, it would also be difficult procedurally. So slightly off the building is a freestanding metal lattice that extends up, and then vines are planted and grown up. So that is going to provide the screening as much as we possibly can of this wall. There's no other feature that we could put in there and still have a functioning walkway to give as much coverage to that ugly wall as possible and roofline. As to the material board and the presentation you see, we do actually have submitted, bear in mind it was a long time ago, but this is the original design that was brought to the last Planning Commission, and there were material boards for both of the two themes. One was the metal-sided with the darker color theme, and the other was perhaps a little bit more buff with a wooden trellis out front. They had material boards, so I'm sorry, I apologize that you don't have them in front of you, but they were submitted. I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. In addition to the moving of the walkway and these patios, which we're planning, I'm sorry, let me scan past these. This is the location currently of the lots. So there's the alleyway, 9 foot wide, the walkway, the brick that you saw. And this is what we're proposing, moving it over, and those lots will be merged together. Again, we've shown an interior of the building, something of a concept to give you an idea of how we would break it up, but we don't know. This will be under a separate permit, the same as the signs. We'll be coming back for a separate building submittal that would taking care of the interior, the commercial kitchen elements, anything else that's required. Because we don't have those tenants, I can't design it, but this is just to give you a visualization. The landscape plan, there's that green wall against Bonnie Lou's, and there are those 3 trees. My landscape architect tells me that they are much better specimens than the volunteers that were there on that green grass lot. I threw this in here. At nighttime, this is not a welcoming alleyway for people to walk down. And so the reason I brought this up is because Ojai has standards on photometrics for no light trespass, no light spilling onto adjacent properties. In this case, we have a wall nearby. We were proposing adding an additional light fixture and changing the wattages to meet the, it's also the ITE actually, the lighting standard for walkways. That would create a situation where we do have light trespass that would be against the green wall that we're proposing to put in. Well, bringing it to your attention so I don't get caught up procedurally in the future when somebody says, you've got more than that many foot candles at that point. We can't help it. We've got to make the alleyways safe to a certain standard. And I pointed out the dark pictures to you because I think that you'd see that there'd be a good reason for that. It's not just some super lit alleyway. It's just going to be safe. These are some of the colors and materials that we were proposing of the various site elements. And again, really, so to explain, this project is an application for exterior improvements, a patio, and a lot line adjustment between the private party and the city. I brought some full-size plots. We came to you in a sort of a flexible in our approach because it's been a long time and we were really hoping to go away with a permit, but we knew that the architectural elements were perhaps, in the last hearing, the one point that I felt like we struggled on. So we're here to work with you. I can certainly hold up these full-size plots for you, and I apologize that you don't have materials in front of you. Okay.
We have the actual materials from the original submittal, so thank you to Sherry for those.
I'm available for any questions you have.
Do we have questions for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Isabella.
So which exterior are we talking about? Are we talking about the original one you brought, or the one, and I don't know when I saw it, but maybe I saw it separately, but I saw there was an uber modern look with, and nobody liked, and everybody didn't, you know. And then I saw something subsequent that was not Spanish Revival, but more in keeping with the rest of the arcade. Which one are we talking about, first of all?
I was directed to come to you to first try to sell the original.
Okay.
I would describe it not as uber modern, but that's me speaking as the
Okay.
applicant's agent. Of course, I'm going to have a different slant on it. I thought it was contemporary to the time period that the building was built, and that's what we were trying to do. We were trying to pick colors and materials that took it closer back towards what it was. So taking off the T111 siding and repainting. However, I'm not going to debate the fact that there was pushback from the last commission. So we came prepared to accept guidance from you towards, and we have brought the other theme along with us to show you, and it was included in the submittal.
So, Mr. Turner, if you wouldn't mind, and Chairman Merck, I believe that the design options are illustrated in your staff report. There's two 11 by 17 sheets, pages 10, and then page 12 shows the elevation differences. And if I recall, I wasn't at the hearings, but the back in time, again, the original submittal is on page 10 of 27, showing the slightly more contemporary with the railing that's a little bit more darker chrome color. And then on page 12 of the staff report shows perhaps a softened approach with the paint colors and the railing as well. So those are the two options, if I have that correct, that the applicant is looking for guidance from.
May I just, for the public's sake, just hold these up really to show them off? Of course, you've got copies of your own, but this was the original scheme that we brought along that had that darker color scheme.
Yeah. That's page 10, but here's this page.
The one Mr. Turner's holding up is page 10
front than this
of
page.
attachment B for those with the packet.
The changes that we proposed on the second theme included calmer colors, perhaps more towards the buff and more wood. So the trellis in front was wood, and the front was white plaster finish. And then the awnings, instead of being metal, were sunbrella, canvas fabric instead. So I'll hold this one up as well.
So we don't have any materials for that. We don't have any colors for that. Or else who knows what we have? I mean, this is the problem. I hate to scold a man in crutches, but
I hate to dodge it, but they were submitted. Materials boards for that color scheme were submitted.
we just need to, we've run afoul of the fact of, not looking at things carefully, and then it comes back to haunt us when the public is upset about what gets created. And, we would just like to be super, if, when a commission, and when this commission and HPC has already weighed in and said that original design is not preferred, then, okay, if you want to bring it back and try again, but then we shouldn't be confused. And we should know exactly what our two options are, what's being painted, what color, what the materials are, what's on the fence, what's happening with the fence. One fence showed something like an I-pay fence, and this looks like that stuff that you put up at a crime scene. The
finished schedule legend is on the sheets that were submitted.
But it's all the writing is written over the actual legend, and on the, I can't read it. I can't read it because the letters are over the type, and then on here, there's no writing down here.
I can only tell you what I submitted. This is it. This is an exact copy. This is a digital reproduction of what I sent in to the city, and the material board was on black card, quarter-inch stock, handed in.
So I only have one. Let me see that, Ben. Okay. Okay, so that's on the back side.
That's what's on
of
page 13.
the the one with the black face.
No, it should.
I didn't print that.
That's prepared by
Lost.
staff,
Page
what
20.
you have
Well,
here.
whatever,
But
you
you
know.
should be directing your discontent towards staff, not so much.
We also need to know what the paint color, we should have had paint colors, we should have had materials boards
Yeah, he submitted it.
in a concept review, so I don't know. I mean, all
Right,
know
I
is
understand your frustration, but I'm
confused.
not sure Ben is the culprit here. He submitted everything. He's showing us what he submitted. And maybe it's in the presentation of staff, giving us the information in a way that you can make a better decision. But I think I'd rather direct that toward staff and their preparation of the packet than to, beating up on Ben because he submitted it. What else can you ask of the guy?
Commissioner Merck, right, so apologies for the missed exhibit that Ben now has here, but you're certainly welcome to allow that sheet into the record now, and we can discuss the paint colors that are identified on that page, or we can continue the hearing if that's what you want to do. But the applicant clearly is proposing to stay with the original submittal. And so I understand in context, it's hard to deliberate on that unless you know exactly what the other sheet is. But if you want to give the applicant a minute to walk through exactly what the paint colors are and allow that into the record now, we can do that.
We don't have an original submittal, we just have a concept review. I mean, it was a concept. I mean, you come back with the whole thing, do you not? Like the previous applicant did with, typically.
Typically, to be on the microphone. I think at this point, the applicant's looking for direction from the commission on design. They've asserted, they want to push forward for a hard decision on the original design, which was rejected by both commissions in concept. They have the right to do so. Staff encouraged them to submit the alternative design, reflecting the fact that we don't expect the commissions to change their decision on design. What we have before you is what we have, although it's clear that there's some issues with what's literally before you versus what was submitted. I think some miscommunication occurred. What the remedies are, as noted, one, continue to allow Mr. Turner and Mr. Becker to more fully describe the proposed alternative design, or really those two. Or you could always move forward if you're comfortable with the original design, if that would be the wish of the commission as well. Thank you.
Do we have any option tonight, Mr. Summers, to approve the lot line adjustment and the development agreement, but not the design review?
I strongly recommend not doing that because they're sufficiently tied together.
Okay, that was my question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Corbin.
I just want to say that I've always been fascinated by this little parcel of land there. I walk through it often, and I love the concept of this project, and I think it will make that space come alive, and I think it'll make that building much more viable for people who want to have a business in there. I really appreciate the concept of lighting it at night. There are so many areas in this town that I find creepy at night, and I never want to walk through them. I tend to take my car anywhere because unless I'm on a bike with my lights on, I feel very uncomfortable walking around in Ojai at night. I also want to say, I love this one. I think that the most vibrant small towns, the first one that I see these days, have a wonderful mix of old buildings and new buildings. On a trip to Healdsburg a couple years ago, I loved how much modern stuff was in there. I thought it really added a lot of life. There's old buildings, new buildings. Good design is good design, and it doesn't really matter what it is. Ojai is not a town that has one style in it. There's such a hodgepodge of everything that whatever it is, if it's beautifully designed, it's going to be an asset. And I think that option one has a lot of exciting potential for it. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Chester?
Yeah, I'd like to, to be honest with you, in reading the minutes, 2 years ago of our previous meeting, I wasn't, we were giving feedback. It was a concept review. And I'm not sure, personally, I was dead set on one or the other, although I was capitulating to possibly the least resistance between them. But looking at it further and knowing the history and sitting with it in time, the history of it is important to note. Are we trying to recreate a Disney set here of a look because it matches the existing Arbolado or the existing
Arcade.
Arcade? It doesn't now. So I have to admit that I am taken by the more modern design myself. I think it's exceptional. I think the whole project is exceptional. I think it's going to take a dark, unusable alley and make it into, I think, a very nice sweet spot downtown Ojai. So my view is I'm in favor of design number one.
Okay, thank you. Kathleen, could I just interrupt for a minute? Mr. Becker, did you want to introduce yourself and add anything to the discussion? Or
I would like to,
I would
Jeff
advise you to
Becker.
proceed cautiously because, who knows?
Thank you. I'll act accordingly. Jeff Becker, I represent the property owners, and appreciate you guys letting us come to the commission. I've turned 55 since we started this thing. I was 53 when I looked at it originally. And Jay's been around for about 1.5 years on it. The reason we left both designs in, there's a number of reasons. I've redone a number of old buildings in Ventura, about 40 of them. And I've actually been asked there to take adjacent buildings, one in particular that we owned, and make it as different from the historic building as possible to separate it. So I do feel pretty strongly that this is a building that it was not built, like the arcade. I recognize it's right next door. I'm a huge fan of the arcade myself, but I do think it's a spot that you could have a little bit of a different look. It doesn't have to be drastic. Ben is right. This is a building that it's tough to add things to it. The front building was a very low metal building. It was completely wrapped in metal. The metal's still there, by the way. It's underneath the wonderful T111 siding. So originally, my advice to the owners with the historic preservation person there was to remove all the T111 siding and bring back the metal and maybe do something with that. So that's how that first design came to pass. So we weren't really intending to make it look like the arcade because it's not. It is not part of the arcade. So as far as the patio, it just seemed like we have this, I call it the grassy knoll, that's sitting there that's just not as, it's not as great as it could be. It's not activated. Granted, it hadn't been activated for a couple of years now because we've been in trying to figure out how to do a lot line adjustment or a parcel map. So we're a little bit anxious to get going with it. So we were willing to leave both designs in there because we honestly don't want to keep coming back here. We want to start working on the building and get the thing looking better for the owner and the town. So I like the first design, maybe because I had a lot to do with, plugging different looks into it. The second design is okay too. I'm not saying it's horrible or anything. It would be perfectly fine. Frankly, at this point, even a paint job would be great. But we feel like the first design is the way we should be going for the building. We really do feel that way. If we're missing some design finishes on the second submittal, I can tell you that we've been very thorough about delivering documents, not just on this project, but other projects. And it's been a struggle. So if we need to continue it because we're missing documents, we'll accept that and we'll come back. We just like to be at the next meeting, not 6 months from now. But we really do like the first design. We think it'll be great. We think the town will be happy with it, and hopefully will attract some good tenants. We've had plenty of people call us on it, but frankly, the process has been an unknown, so we can't commit to tenants until we're starting the project, which doesn't end with this meeting. Certainly, we got to go through the building department. So I'm happy to
Thank
answer
you.
any questions
So do we have
that you may have.
specific questions for the owner or the designer?
I just wanted to make a general comment.
Okay. Well, I've got several speakers cards here, and I wanted to kind of get through the public comment if we wanted to. So
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing right now. I have I have only one speaker's card for Don Shook on item 3, but I don't even. Did you want to speak on this? There's two.
Hi there. I'm Dawn Shook. I've been, I'm 309 Mallory Way. I've been a 37-year resident in Ojai and a 20-year executive officer of the Board of Realtors, which is located right now next to the building we're talking about. We purchased our building in 1996 and have kept the character of the 1928 building alive. I know this one, I think, is from the 40s, but ours is from 28. We believe the proposed renovation of the 334 East Ojai Avenue should complement our building, which is next door at 338 East Ojai Avenue. The two buildings are presumed to be one. When it was for sale, people were always asking that. As a piece of plywood, the T111 is attached to the front of the facade. Mr. Becker was invited to our Board of Directors meeting after the building was sold, and he presented a metal, glass, and black modern-style design renovation. We discussed the design concept with him, and the Planning Commission asked for another design for the downtown area. When you look towards downtown Ojai, most of the buildings complement each other. They don't match, but they complement, other with stucco, wood, and a tile design. That's what Mr. Libby had designed for us 100 years ago, and that's what we're celebrating this year. A lovely downtown area. Mr. Becker returned to us again with a beautiful concept renovation of the stucco and tile and brown wood trellises for the outdoor seating. The greening of the Bonnie Lou's wall and the moving of the walkway were also in place. It looked like a great design, very tastefully done. We were looking forward to that. The Ojai Valley Board of Realtors, we're looking forward to the second renovation design of the 334 East Ojai Avenue, as it will be a wonderful addition to downtown Ojai. And in the future, then we're going to have to spruce our building up to complement our sister building. Thank you.
Thank you, John. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this topic? Thank you, Mick.
Hi, Meg Goodwin. My only concern is, I can't really tell from the drawings that I've seen, but I just don't want a wall across the front entrance from the Ojai Avenue to make it, to narrow that walkway to the back. A lot of people use that to get to the back. And if it isn't all restaurants, if it just seems like you're kind of putting in, there's a chronic problem with loiterers in that area. And if you're putting in outdoor seating that's going to, I don't know, I can't tell if you're putting it in, if you build it, they will come kind of thing. I don't quite understand how you can, what if somebody wants a retail space there? You're not going to want to have a lot of just seating outside. I don't know. I just don't want it to be narrowed from the street so that it blocks the egress to the back of the arcade and, to the parking lot. I don't think a wall across the front narrowing it is a good idea. It just, there's just a chronic problem with people hanging out and loitering in that area, and it'll probably be better if there's better lighting, but it just concerns me giving up the city property and not really knowing what we're building it for. It seems like you kind of need tenants before you turn it all into little restaurants. I just don't think that the city is going to be able to support, we can't even support, hardly two coffee houses across the street from each other. So, I don't know, it just seems a little vague, but good luck.
Thank you, Meg. Anybody else want to speak on it? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, so now we can bring it back to the Planning Commission and have further discussion. So, Commissioner Nolan?
Well, I actually like the project, and when you came to us before, I was in favor of the architecture at the time. And I know our discussion was the compatibility with the arcade, or if we could modify some of the materials or the color palette. And that's why we asked you to come back, just to make it a little more compatible. I'm not opposed to either one of the designs, and I want to let you know. And once again, and I know Commissioner Corbin mentioned this, if it's really good architecture and it's really good design and it functions well, it's going to work there. And I think it brings some interest, and we do have other styles of architecture in the downtown area. So I see a benefit to it. I like the idea with the lighting to make it actually more accessible and safe at night. And if my fellow commissioners, I mean, I do tonight because we didn't get those color boards, unfortunately, to see the option 2. I may be in favor of saying we continue it, but I'm generally in favor of the project.
Thank you. Other comments by anyone? Mr. Quilisi?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I like the concept of this project very much. My wife and I walk through the area 2-3 times a week, and it's a wasted part of downtown right now. I think if we can swap the grass for the walkway, it's going to become not only more attractive by tying the grass to the building, but also it's going to be much more usable. It's likely to draw tenants, and there'll actually be some business in there. And so from that point of view, I would almost posit that any change to what is there now would be an improvement. That said, I have 2 things. First of all, I much prefer the alternate design because of the softer colors, because of the low fencing, as opposed to, well, maybe this white here is still the sheet metal. My feeling is if a building is clad in sheet metal right downtown, it's ugly, and we ought not to be restoring it to that ugly state. That said, that's a part of my reason for saying I very much prefer the alternate design. Beyond that, if we were to vote in favor of the resolution that's presented to us right now, I'm not sure what we would be approving, because we have 2 designs in these color drawings. We have on page, it says attachment B, page 1 of 1. But I think it's following page 14, so I would have guessed it was 15. And that shows the 3 short walls and this thing at the front that looks like it's the original design. And I'm not in favor of the original design. And so at this point, I'm not sure if we approve something, what it is that we're approving.
Commissioner Merck, or Chairman Merck, rather, Commissioner Quilisi, if I may, just to try to unbury us from this exhibit issue, we have the applicant here who has a full-size set elevations of option 2 that we could submit in the record, can be passed around right now. We could take, if you'd like, you could also take a straw vote right now to decide if there's a majority that likes that more than option 1, 2, then we can even take a 5-minute break to all look at that and have that into the records to have better information than you have already as to that second. It's here. So we can solve this now with a break or a straw poll as well. Not as clean as I would have hoped, but it is available to us, and we're here. So we could solve that if the applicant wants to send that around.
Okay.
Just soon.
As he's doing that, or before the commission makes that choice, to also speak to Vice Chair Quilisi's point, the resolution is worded to pick up the original design. This would be condition number 2 on page 5 of attachment A. As I understand it from staff, it references the plans dated February 14th, 2017. I understand those to be the design we've been referring to as the original design.
Okay.
If the direction was instead the alternative design, the softer design, then we would adjust that language to match the date of the softer design submittal. Just straight up call it as the softer design and then cite the plans.
And just for the record, too, we have some additional runway, too, after your hearing tonight, if you make a decision, because the project then goes to the council. So there is a chance to make these corrections or amendments or additional attachments to the record that may include the paint color chip types, if your commission desires to make that,
I would
to
hope
go
that the
direction. presentation
presentation to the council is a little more comprehensive than what we've seen tonight, because obviously it's generating a lot of,
I understood, I think, all the words that Mr. Summers used, but I did not understand the conversation in its entirety. I see architectural and landscape exhibits dated February 14th, 2017 on attachment A, page 5. Since that was not the one, I presumed that was not the original design from 2 years ago. But if the architectural and landscape exhibits dated February 14th includes all of this stuff, then we still have two designs, and it's not clear if we were approving one or the other or both in approving the resolution. So I remain confused as to what we're voting on.
as do we all. Ray, did you want to jump in?
Though this may be unpopular opinion, I would really like to continue this, simply for the fact that I need a clean packet. We have spent so much time unraveling this, and I'm not pointing this direction. I just can't make a decision when my mind is trying to unravel a packet that is so convoluted for my mind. And I would like to see something that's succinct and not having to distinguish and separate two different designs. And I would like to see this come before me again when our time is used more efficiently. This is, for me, has not been an efficient use of time for this project whatsoever.
Thank you. Chester, you had a comment?
Well, again, maybe because I have a lot of experience in building, that it's a simple decision to me. It's really, there's two designs before us. I think I like the idea of a straw poll, of going through and seeing where people stand on the one or the other, or both. And the other, I think, is I'm guessing that there's a consensus that there's an agreement, well, we'll find in the straw poll that the actual concept itself is good, you know, the lot line adjustment. So I'd like to just take that straw poll to see where we sit on that, and then make a decision from there.
I'd actually like to see a motion. I would like to entertain a motion. If someone will make one, Chester, maybe you're the person.
Well, okay.
To say.
Well, do you want to, okay.
One or the other, and then we can
Well,
vote on it.
I don't feel like I can comment on one or the other. I don't know what I'm looking at. I think it begs the question, do we need to continue this item for more information? That, I think, is what we need to do first.
That's another possibility. Would you like to propose that as a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item to a date certain, so that we can all be thoroughly apprised of what is being proposed, and we know what we're voting on. Do I need to be any more, do I need to say design?
Date certain July
I wanna-
5th?
The next planning commission meeting is July 5th. With continuing it by a date certain, there's no need to renotice.
Yeah.
The other question that staff would have for the commission in the consideration of a continuance is, would you like to see one design, the other design, or both designs?
I think that's where Chester straw poll can come in that respect.
And those could be done as two different choices. First choice, continue. Second choice, where are you coming on design?
Yeah.
All right. Let's have a straw poll.
Well,
Well-
There's a motion on the table.
There is a motion.
There a
on the
second?
table. Ray, would you like to second that?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right. Let's vote on that motion first. So, do we have any discussion? No? All right. Could we have the roll call, please?
I don't think so.
This is the motion to continue to
Motion
July
continue
5.
To a date certain.
Sorry. Isabella?
Yes.
Corbin?
I'm confused what the straw vote is. Is it on
Oh, no, we're not doing the straw vote.
This is a.
a continuance?
Continuing.
I'm opposed to a continuance.
Yeah,
Aguilar?
no.
Bilisi?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion passed.
So, we're going to continue this to July 5th, which is our next meeting. Then the question is, do we prefer one design
What are
over
we
the
going to
other?
vote on then? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to go around the table and say which do you like and which don't you like?
Old or new?
Do you care?
So I don't know what's old and what's new, but I like
I think the point of the continuous is we don't actually know what we're dealing
You
with.
might.
I like, how would we like to distinguish them?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was going to suggest you might distinguish them as the more modern design and the softer design. I understand the more modern design to be the one on page 10 of attachment B with the exposed metal and the metal railing, and the quote softer design to be the one on page 12 of attachment B with the canvas awnings and the wood railing as the distinguishing features.
Okay, so what are we
Basic-
calling that one?
That's softer.
Softer versus
We're talking about
Modern.
modern.
page 10 versus page 12.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, no surprise. I don't see, I think that we are compelled to follow the arcade design guideline rules. I'm aware of the Secretary of Interior standards, and I understand that concept of it being distinguished from, it shouldn't be a faux mission. And I think what you did come up with there sort of achieves that. I think it's contemporary and at the same time not a disconnect. So I still am in favor of softer.
So you're for page 12, basically.
Right.
Okay.
I think so.
Bobby?
I'm strongly in favor of the more modern design. I think it has a lot more integrity. I think the other one is kind of a compromise, and it's kind of like, well, we just don't want to upset anybody, but I think it really doesn't have a whole lot of personality.
And I have to concur with Commissioner Corbin that I think the other option is just safe and unexciting and just capitulating to plain vanilla because we're afraid to make any kind of different choice. I actually really can see how nice that building can be in that more modern design. So that would be my choice. Although I have to say for the record, if it went the other way, it wouldn't bother me either way. But that would be my favor.
Thank you. Commissioner Quilisi?
Yes, I'm in favor of the softer design. I think both in its color palette, from what I can see, and the lines and the fencing and such, that it's still quite a departure from the arcade, which is fine, but it's more, in my mind, compatible with the rest of downtown, which has a softer look to it.
Thank you.
So that's 2-2, I think.
It is so far. Commissioner Nolan?
I'm actually in favor of the option on page 10, which is a little more contemporary, but I would also be in favor if the other one had, if there were more votes for page 12, the softer one. But my initial primary one would be the more contemporary on page 10.
Thank you. And Commissioner Powers?
Well, not to create any confusion, I sort of like a hybrid because the only thing I don't like about the modern design is the gray metal. The rest of it I like. If the gray metal were something else, I would be open to the more modern design.
So can I put you down as a 10?
It's like an
10 or
11.
12. All right, 11. All right.
That's a good point.
And I agree completely with Commissioner Corbin. I think this is a real opportunity to do something really beautiful there. And I hope you'll come back with some really nice plans that we can all agree on, and then we can move forward. So, thank you.
It's a straw vote.
All right, so we're going to move on to item 4.
Oh, wait.
Wait,
Okay, wait.
what?
So,
1, 2, 3, 4 for modern.
what's he bring, yes, what are we asking? Yeah, it is.
I wrote it down if you want me to read it back.
As did I. I understood the commission's direction with this even split, 4 in favor of the modern design, 2 on the softer and Commissioner Powers' hybrid approach. I understood the commission to want to see both designs come back. Correct me now if that's incorrect.
I thought the preponderance of our deliberations was for the more modern design.
Then we can bring back just the modern design.
I would.
I mean,
That would be 5.
That's what I thought as well.
Is that what the commission understood as the vote? Okay, then we'll bring back just the modern design.
we're advising the owner to bring
Rather,
back the more
yeah.
modern design.
We expect the owner to submit whatever will be necessary
Thank
to
you
do
for all
that.
your patience with
Then,
that.
yes.
With colors this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I have a number of speakers cards here for item 4, which is the sign ordinance. But we've been asked to continue that to the July 5th meeting.
No, but they said they could speak. I already asked them.
Sorry?
They said they could speak.
We could speak?
The commission
public.
may and rather should take public comment on the items on the sign ordinance. It is proposed to be continued based on the commission's direction last time that they figured they wouldn't have time to consider the sign ordinance, hence staff focus their energy on other projects. But it is on your agenda. The Brown Act does require that the commission receive public comment on items on the agenda. Thus, I recommend opening the hearing, taking their comment, then continuing the hearing to the next time.
Good. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So, those of you here for item 4, this is our big chance. So, Meg Goodwin, again, I have your card up here.
I don't have any paperwork about what the ordinance is. I tried to find it on the website, so.
I think that's,
What it is, because I know we're having a standard
Okay.
issue, but.
The
Mr.
code
Summers
is
can probably explain
online.
as well as anybody, but
It's Title 10.
it's basically bringing our sign ordinance in conformance with the state standard, is my understanding. Is that simplification?
Rather, a new federal court case.
Federal court case.
The state doesn't have a uniform set of sign code standards. The Vice Chair Quilisi was going there. The current sign code is on the Ojai Municipal Code, which is linked from the main website, and it is Article 16 of Title 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 10. There's also, if you look up the online Planning Commission packet for the last meeting on June 7th. Right, the last meeting packet had the full packet of what's proposed and the existing all in one convenient piece. And then what's proposed, what will be made, the commission gave some direction at that meeting on some modifications to the proposal. Those will be made available with the next planning commission packet on July 5th. So in other words, you can see now the current proposal on the table. The commission provided direction to change that proposal. That will be made available with the next PC packet. I hope that clarifies that. Oh, I can provide a summary, sure, if the commission would like.
Basic, I mean, is it going to be more rapid with signs, still no lighted signs? I just want some basic.
Jump right
Thank you,
in.
Chair. The proposed sign ordinance accomplishes a few things. First, the substantive standards will remain mostly the same. We delete what the state law, federal court case no longer allows us to have. For example, the political sign regulations. Those are deleted. But we leave in place most of the rest of the substantive sign standards, but simplify it, clarify it, make it more user-friendly. To speak to sandwich boards directly, the current proposal is to maintain the prohibition on sandwich boards anywhere in the right-of-way or on private property. The commission and the council have the power to change that. Our prior direction was maintain most of the substantive standards. This opportunity is the opportunity to change that. If there's a desire among the commission to recommend and the council to approve, then the council can delete the signboard prohibition and replace it with allowance or regulations as desired. Thank you.
Thanks, me.
Since I'm going to be out of town on July 5th, I just want to say, I really do think we outlying sandwich boards in a town where we've now gotten rid of our, visitors website, we really need to be able to have signage on our properties or somewhere, like for Revel to be able to have a sign that says there's something back there, or the city needs to put in some kind of directory downtown that, shows where things are in this town. We don't have any, and we tried to do this 12 years ago, and they're, they'll fade in the sun, and businesses come and go, and it's too hard to maintain. But we have to have some way for people to find where things are in this town. I was sort of horrified by all those sandwich boards that were on the corner in front of the dry cleaners, causing kind of a hazard for people to get through. But as far as just having a sandwich board on your property that says what your business is doing, or, points, from the corner up to your business or whatever, I don't think that should be such a big deal. I mean, Ojai it's going to get so homogeneous and bare. I just think I just think outline sandwich boards is a little, I understand they've been taking them down in front of restaurants and telling them you can't have your menu board out here and this and that. And people like to wander and see things and say, oh, there's something up there. Oh, there, this looks good. I'll go inside. But it's really difficult in Ojai to try to get people to find out where things are. And if we start limiting the sandwich boards and menu boards, and it's just going to be, it takes away so much character. And I get it, we don't need stuff in the sidewalks blocking access, but I think that I'm just concerned that we're just going to, we're turning this into some sort of gated community of just I don't know. I just think we need to allow some character, and I think sandwich boards provide some character, and Ojai's famous for that. So, they can be regulated, but it's just, I just worry about these people just saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. I don't know. Anyway.
It's a song,
Anyway, so
Sign.
thanks. I'm sorry I can't be more articulate. I wasn't aware of exactly what it was. I was just like, oh my God, signage. It's just hard for people to find anything in this town. We've got to get some sort of map downtown somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. Appreciate it. So Kelly, you want to talk to us about signs?
All right. Prepared something here on my phone. Hopefully
I like your T-shirt.
So yeah, my name is Kelly Pasco. I am one of the co-owner or the co-owner of the Mob Shop at 110 West Ojai Avenue. And our building is approximately 50 feet off the off the street, covered by trees. And we have one little sign in front that says bike shop. And then we have a little sign that's recessed near our pergola that's a 4x4 sign that is, no one even knows it's there. When we opened in 2012, for probably a year and a half, we had people calling because they would be driving up and down the street not finding our property. And that was commonplace. When we put the sandwich boards out on our property with advertising rentals, finally a lot of people started renting bikes, and these were predominantly tourists that now are getting out of their cars 40, 50, sometimes a weekend, that would have been driving around the Ojai Valley. So I would say our sandwich boards is actually benefiting the valley. I just feel like there should be regulation to some extent on sandwich boards, whether it's the size or placements in right-of-ways, but for us, it's a vital part of our business. That's just that little board out front. So that's my 2 cents. But thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And then I have Adam Galegas.
Hi, my name's Adam Gallegos. Our address is 307 Matilaha, and my wife and I own Revel Kombucha Bar, and our location is in the southeast corner of the public parking lot for the arcade, and we're really tucked back there, and often described as hard to find, even from people who are looking for us. And so we started using sandwich boards, and people come across those and find us, and they come with all kinds of enthusiasm because they're so excited about what we're doing, but they never would have known we existed if those weren't there. And I take the blame. I was naive enough to think that because when we started our lease, I saw sandwich boards around town. I thought it was okay. I thought this would be a great solution to the fact that we're hidden. And it has been for a while until someone showed up a couple weeks ago and told us that we had to have them down by 3 p.m. that day or we were subject to a fine. And so we complied and took down the signs, and our business went from a flow to a trickle. And so much so that when we looked at our gross revenues for that week, they actually dropped almost 50% that week compared to the week prior. So it became a real problem for us, and it could become a real problem for us to support our family. It affects taxable revenue. It affects the people that we can employ, and it also affects the raw materials that we're purchasing locally. So it becomes not just our issue, but I think an issue for everybody. As a resident, I completely agree with the idea that I don't want to see sandwich boards in the middle of sidewalks where it's blocking a right-of-way. But I think that there can be a solution where there's some regulation as far as not allowing them in the right-of-way so that safety concern goes away. And if you feel that there's too many and that detracts from the small-town character, maybe assess a fee, an annual fee to the use of sandwich board signs so that not everyone's doing it just because it's a cheap means of marketing, but there's still access to it for businesses like ours that are depending on it. So that's really my 2 cents. Those are my 2 suggestions as far as a way that maybe everyone can work together on this and solve the issues of safety and solve the issues of overuse, but still allowing them to maybe exist in some form or another.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for all the input. I'd like to add a plug for the tortilla shop, which also suffers from the same problem where they don't have any property to put their sign on, and
Except the window.
yeah, but they had sandwich boards out on Ojai Avenue, which I think was really helping their business, and now they're not allowed to do that, and it's not making things easier for them. Anyway, yes, Commissioner Isabella.
Can we maybe query the city attorney what our options are here in terms of moving the ball forward to elevate it to city council or whatever needs to happen here to get movement for people who have an obvious and immediate need? Would that be okay?
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Happy to speak to that. People who have that present need could always apply for variance from the sign prohibition with the appropriate variance application and findings, and demonstrate how the unique circumstances of their property would justify the approval of a variance. Unfortunately, variance approvals require the planning commission to approve it, so that's not exactly speedy. In terms of what could they do tomorrow, it would be asked that the city council consider the discussion of sign ordinance enforcement at a upcoming council meeting. In other words,
Before we recommend something in total?
I was asked, how could something be done tomorrow? That's how something could be done tomorrow. Your point is chicken and egg questions. That's the policy questions. In terms of the options, that's where it lays. And certainly those who are looking for these permits now could ask that the council put it on the discussion. The commission could ask that the council put it on their agenda. The agenda for the 27th is set. The agenda for, or rather the packet went out today. The next meeting after that is July 12th, I believe?
11th.
11th, thank you, which would be after your next meeting. But would be before, if you make a recommendation to move the sign ordinance forward with an allowance for sandwich boards, as may be the case, on July 5th, that couldn't come to the commission until the second meeting in July, council rather, until the second meeting in July, given the requirement for 10 days' notice of the council hearing to include the commission's decision. In other words, it couldn't come to the council for new rewriting the ordinance on the 12th, on the 11th.
But an exception to the sign, to the A-frames would be a change in the ordinance, wouldn't it?
Right.
So we can't.
The fastest that can happen would be,
25th.
it would come to the council on July 25th. The fastest rewriting the code could come then, unless the council was willing to entertain a moratorium on enforcement.
And how would that be accomplished?
Would be put on the agenda, and that would take a 4/5 vote, and would be an urgency ordinance that would suspend enforcement.
And
Or, pardon me, if you wanted to, thinking out loud here, to do it in if you want to amend the code instantly to affirmatively allow sandwich boards, that could be done with the right findings and a 4/5 vote of council as an urgency ordinance. You don't need to go to the planning commission, you don't need 2 trips to council, and there's no referendum period.
But it's too late for the 27th of June.
It's too late for it as a regular agenda item. The city has the power to amend the agenda up until, for a regular meeting, 72 hours ahead of the meeting, which runs this Saturday ahead of the Tuesday meeting. The commission can make the request. The agenda is controlled by the mayor or 2 members of council. So 2 members of council could request adding that item. That meeting does include the budget. That may not be a well-received request, but that would be the way to accomplish an affirmative allowance immediately for sandwich boards.
To ask for an urgency ordinance.
Yes. A suspension of enforcement would not allow them right now, but it would stop the fine train. It would stop fines, it would stop that process. That doesn't need the same set of process because the council's not changing the code, they're just deciding not to enforce a certain portion of the code. That could also be put on an agenda, whether the 27th or future, with, again, the mayor or 2 members of council.
Would you be able to bring this, since we're continuing this anyway, would you be able to bring back those options next time?
Yes, we can definitely put them in. We can explain those options in the staff report for the signed ordinance on July 5th for this commission.
And also like an opportunity for either an urgency ordinance or a permitting program or a moratorium. Oh, I guess that's what the urgency ordinance was. But some mechanism that gets it on a more,
The fast track.
the fast track, but also an official track, not just something, we're just suspending enforcement for now.
Yes, we can point out all those options in the staff report for the July 5th meeting of this commission.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thanks. Ram?
Is it possible to do both? So I'm hearing a resident saying he has 50% of his revenue right now because of, so when we're talking July 5th, we're talking 2 more weeks, potentially 2 more weeks of his circumstance. So you mentioned something that could happen on the 27th and then something happening, so can both be done?
I lack the power to put an agenda item on the 27th. Your
Right.
commission lacks the power to put an agenda item on the 27th. That takes the mayor or 2 members of council.
Okay.
So you can tonight you could vote to make a request you could vote that this, as part of considering the signed ordinance, which is on your agenda, that the commission make a formal request to the council to take up an urgency item to look at either suspending enforcement or doing an urgency ordinance to allow sandwich boards. But that's something that it would be a request to the council. They control, the mayor or 2 members of council control the agenda. Neither myself nor you have that power directly.
Understood.
Okay.
I have another question. I presume the business you're talking about, I've seen the kombucha bar. I think it's in one of the buildings on the back side of the plaza, right?
Yes.
Now,
You can come up to the microphone if you want to discuss it. Thank you.
It's one of the few businesses in town that actually doesn't have any street frontage, and it also doesn't have any
you've got
street side
parking lot and
signs.
alleyway, right?
Right, and the alleyway is next to the businesses we were just talking about,
Yeah, right. Yeah,
right
okay.
now,
Okay. Where is, if we were to, say, posit that the regulation on signboards or sandwich boards was changed to only prohibit them in the public right-of-way, where is the public right-of-way around that business?
I don't know the
does it
location of
in-
that business. I can't speak
Okay.
to that directly.
If you're
But-
in this 334 area and you walk straight back, you're going to hit the corner of his building where he is.
It's adjacent to the,
But-
where he
Oh,
puts
okay.
the sign is adjacent to where,
But, yeah, is the
Becker's
public
project.
right-of-way all of that walking space right up to his door? Or is the public right-of-way the parking lot, parking area?
It would depend exactly how the city took ownership of it. Public right-of-way is a legal term that means the city owns the property as dedicated right-of-way for street, highway, and road purposes is distinct from land the city owns in fee. As I recall the history of the parking lot parcel at issue, the city owns that in fee, derived from the RDA's acquisition of the land over time and deeding of the land to the city. So I do not believe that area is right-of-way, but the caveat is that I haven't sat with the deeds to confirm that point. The general rule is that the road is right-of-way, the sidewalk is right-of-way, and in some portions of the city, for example, Grand Avenue, the area beyond the sidewalk remains right-of-way. There's a Grand Avenue right-of-way, 60 feet wide, 66
Same
feet
on
wide.
my street, yeah.
Right, there's a number of streets like that. For this one, I believe the parking lot area is not right-of-way, so an allowance for sandwich board signs that was structured to allow them everywhere except the right-of-way would allow that sandwich board sign based on the facts as presented right now, with the caveat that we'd have to confirm all of that. The other piece to bear in mind is that the current sign code has a second prohibition that would kick in to block that sign, which is signs on city property are also prohibited unless they're city signs. So you'd have to build in an exception to that as well.
As off-site signage.
Yeah, as well as off-site signage. Although that one we have to adjust based on the new court case. But in other words, what is sought can be done, but it takes it takes adjusting some pieces in the code, because the current code is designed to limit signage.
Well,
And this would be undoing that, which is, to be very, very clear, I'm not advocating at all for a current policy choice. You have the power to recommend to the council has the power to change the policy. We just need direction on what you want the new policy to be, and then the opportunity how to get there requires tweaking various pieces. But I'm not at all advocating for a particular policy.
Okay, you know, I've provided comments on other parts of the sign ordinance.
Which are appreciated.
Yeah. And as much as anyone else, I dislike having to walk around either sandwich boards or people dining on the sidewalk along Ojai Avenue. I find that annoying. But off of Ojai Avenue, I think it's much less of a problem. And if we could and maybe we ought to just do another straw poll, but if we could say that sandwich boards are not allowed in the public right-of-way along Ojai Avenue, or maybe the public right-of-way in general, I'm not sure there.
Those are
because
all
I don't know what it
options.
looks like along Matilah.
Right.
But I would rather not ban sandwich boards on private property, because I have the choice of not walking on private property.
Yeah. Mr. Gallegos, thank you for your time. Sorry, I didn't mean to have you stand up there on that. Commissioner Nolan.
Just a comment. I don't know if tonight is the night to make the decision on it, but I understand the urgency and especially with these business owners. So I'm just wondering if our recommendation to City Council maybe to suspend enforcement gives us some time to actually figure it out. But I do understand the urgency.
I think that the enforcement issue, I believe, became rather potent because of other people complaining about both aesthetics and things like that. So I don't know that we're going to be able to do that as much as we could try. But I think if we could have something that's a more proactive suggestion, or maybe just let the various suggestions that have floated come back to us next time, so that we can. I don't think we know enough to really make a decision, but at least we can get the ball rolling and start to get it moving, so it's officially.
How about a recommendation to the city council that they suspend the enforcement of the regulation on sandwich boards until until the planning commission forwards a recommendation on the entire sign ordinance?
The power to make that recommendation.
Okay. We do have a city council member in the audience, and
Two of them.
Two.
Ooh.
we have two.
Ooh.
Perhaps we could persuade the two of them to put this on it.
Just real quick, Councilwoman Francina and I have both agreed that we're going to try and put it on the agenda for next Tuesday, and that will be a suspension of enforcement until we can come up with some sound management practices regarding these boards.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you both.
There's that.
There you are.
So do we have to do something more official?
Yeah, we
or
have to continue the item, right?
You need
we do
to
have to have a motion.
take
to
any other
continue the
comments
item.
and then continue the item.
We,
At a
well,
minimum.
we have a motion on the table to
Well, actually,
continue
we
the
do.
item,
I
I
think our
think.
public hearing is still open at this point, right? We haven't,
Right.
we
and
haven't
there-
closed it yet.
I'm not sure if there were other cards or not.
This is it.
Then
but-
it would be,
You certainly may. Can you come up to the
microphone,
podium?
please.
You know, I was just thinking about this thing with trading the property to the Becker Group for that property owner or whatever. You know, maybe that wall, I'm not into a green wall that's just going to be a rat habitat in front of all those restaurants, but that wall would be a really good place to have some signage that says what's back there, you know, whether it's Serendipity Toys or more businesses, or if you could have, you know, some way to make something that was aesthetic and did show what's, people that are walking up and down the street, that there's more things behind the arcade. Because a lot of people don't even really get it, that there's more stuff behind the arcade. But maybe that big blank ugly wall would be a good place to have a little, you know, it could be wood signs with arrows that say Kombucha Bar or Toy Store or whatever, you know, something. Maybe that is what we're thinking about. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I remember we did that during the arcade, when they were remodeling the arcade plaza.
Oh, yeah.
We had little signs up there like that for quite a while.
Those
They
were
were big.
city signs.
So
there.
this is a public hearing. Does anyone else want to speak on the sign ordinance at this point? Okay, I'm going to. So we're going to close the public hearing. We're going to back to the commission. Ray, you have a question?
I just want to make sure we're following procedures. So Councilman Haney came up and said that he and Susan are going to suggest to bring this item up for suspension until ... on Tuesday. You had mentioned to me a few minutes ago that we as a commission need to make that request, seemed like on record or on that. Do we still need to do that, or?
The commission can make the request. Councilmember Haney has stated that he intends, together with Councilmember Francina, to ensure that the item is added to the agenda. That's sufficient to add something to the agenda. The commission could back that up with a request from the commission.
Could that be part of our motion to continue? Or
Sure.
Part of that? Okay.
Okay, thanks for that
So
clarification.
here's an opportunity. Someone can make a motion and include that request in it.
I think we had a motion to continue, as I recall.
We did. I don't know how we got to
Did we?
that before
I
the
could be wrong.
public hearing.
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
That
I
was
don't
a
know if we
previous-
did.
Never mind.
Oh,
Never
that
mind.
was the previous item.
We didn't.
That was the other item.
Yeah.
Rosalie looks like she's ready to
Okay,
go.
well, I'm going to take okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue, I don't know how much this you want me to read, continue sign ordinance TA 17-01, revising Article 16 of Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Ojai Municipal Code. Do you want me to read the rest of this?
That's fine.
Et cetera. With the added condition that we just memorialize our desire that the city council
Agenda.
add to their agenda the opportunity to put a moratorium on enforcement of the sandwich board portion of that ordinance, the restriction on sandwich boards, until such time as it undergoes further review by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, which takes me to the second point that we would like to, I guess this isn't part of the motion. So do I need to add anything else to that?
Just
And
the
along with
date.
any other,
Just the added to the agenda for Tuesday, June 27th.
added to the agenda for Tuesday, June 27th, or the next quickest, most opportune date.
And the suspension of enforcement until the planning commission recommends a revised
That was the motion.
sign.
That's the
Okay, I didn't
motion.
understand all
Yeah.
of the wording there.
Yeah. Pardon? And that we're going to continue to July 5, and that's the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion?
I second that.
All right.
And then just real quick to clarify, but then Mr. Summers, you're going to, or staff is going to bring back, I think this is your item, yes? You're going to
Yeah,
bring
together
back
with the director.
those options so that we can start to have a more comprehensive look at different ways that we could go, assuming that a moratorium on enforcement isn't going to go on forever.
Yes, we'll include a discussion of options on the sandwich board in the item for the 5th.
Awesome.
Okay.
And we'll reflect between now and then, of course, Tuesday will happen, so we'll reflect what happens then.
All right.
Great, thank you so much.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have discussion? Good.
Sounds
Let's have a
good.
roll call vote, please.
Isabella?
Yes.
Corbin?
Yes.
Jagiello?
Yes.
Quilisi?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for your input, and we will make strides. Thank you. Item 5 on our agenda is the Sustainable Living Research Initiative, and I know nothing about this. I'm hoping staff can provide some illumination for us.
I don't know shit about that. This one is actually not a staff item. I understand that Commissioner Nolan has the presentation on this one.
All
All
right.
right, well, basically, this is coming forward through our Sustainability Committee, Commissioner Jagiello and Commissioner Powers and myself. And this is something that I actually briefly got to present to City Council and Planning Commission at one of our joint meetings earlier in the year. And I want to present Mr. Ben Warner. He's from Santa Barbara. And I think what I'll do is I'll let him take over and do his presentation, and then we can open it up for questions. And I will say that the reason we actually asked him to come and present this, if you look in the document and you see Santa Barbara, you could strike that and write Ojai. And this is an opportunity to look at some ways that we could be creative within our codes to allow for different forms. It does cover Title 10 and Title 9. There's a building one and also a planning component, but ways to deal with traffic, parking, and it could be building materials, et cetera. But I'm going to hand it over to Ben and let him go from there, and then questions may arise.
Great. Mr. Warner, thank you for
Great.
coming
Thank
all this
you,
way. And
Chair and
waiting all this time.
Commissioners. Beg your pardon?
And waiting all
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking, I go into hibernation to preserve my mental energy for the end of your hearing. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to your commission. Thank you, Commissioner Nolan, for carrying the momentum forward from our initial conversation maybe a couple of years ago when you got some wind of what we were working on up in, or over in Santa Barbara and in Goleta. Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah. So this will be a little bit of a grassroots story developing into something with a little more momentum that I hope will sound relevant to you in Ojai. I'll briefly cover the background to the SLRI, the Sustainable Living Research Initiative, how it got started. As I said, it's very grassroots. Briefly summarize the core idea. It's a little bit of an esoteric sounding name, but the core idea is not that complicated. I'll outline the current status with other jurisdictions that we've been developing this with or in conversation with over the last few years, and with a suggestion for how Ojai could move forward with this if you're interested, and a time for Q&A, I think. So the background to the SLRI, as I said, is very grassroots. That's me in orange in a unbearded chapter of my life, putting together with a friend a timber frame clay straw bathhouse in downtown city of Santa Barbara. And this bathhouse we built unpermitted, fully aware of the potential consequences of doing that. But one of the reasons we chose to do it unpermitted is that there is an unpermittable composting toilet system in the design. And we were just educated enough at the time that we knew that if we wanted to implement a design which we believed would be a great model for water conservation and soil vitality, that we would need to demonstrate it under the radar. So what you're looking at on the lower right is the subsurface flush composting toilet system. It's known in the field as a Watson's wick or a pumice wick in construction In the middle image, you can see some little banana trees that have just been planted after we finished the construction, and then within a couple years, it's a productive little banana grove. So within a couple years, this became an enforcement case with the city. The city found out about it, and that's a separate story, which is not relevant to tonight, how that happened. But the approach that I took at the time was, well, we'd already been giving tours. We were getting lots of positive feedback from the community on what we were doing. I was convinced that if the personalities in the city were just right, there would be also interest in the why of what we're doing, at least to have a conversation. And so I initially went to the chief building official. He brought in some of his staff, and they liked what they were seeing. Certainly they liked the principle, and they liked what they understood to be the function of this system. But what we realized collectively after several tours with the building official and then the planning department and then the Creeks department was, yes, this makes sense. This could be a great experiment, but we don't have a legal framework for experimentation. And that was something I had known beforehand. I'd known from people who I learned from in this field of sustainable design that there isn't a legal framework for experimentation, that many for at least a generation or more before me have wished that we had a legal framework for experimentation, so that it didn't just have to happen beneath the radar or not exist. So around this time, I heard that the city of Goleta was embarking on their new zoning ordinance. And it occurred to me that, well, really what we're talking about in sustainable systems design is whole systems, not just on-site wastewater, but the possibility of experimentation in zoning, the possibility of experimentation in building materials and methods. So I saw the opportunity and pursued the concept of the Sustainable Living Research Initiative in zoning with Goleta's new zoning ordinance. So it kind of took on a broader scope at that point, and we proceeded. So the core idea of the Sustainable Living Research Initiative is flexibility for innovation, plus performance-based project approval and performance-based project accountability. So if there's a project element which is proposed as experimentation, then there needs to be a clear argument on the part of the applicant for what the impacts will be, and a clear plan from the applicant on how those impacts will be measured and monitored. So the first step would be that the applicant would submit a project with the anticipated impacts and performance, whatever that element or elements of the project might be that are experimental, and also submit a plan to monitor and report those impacts to the city and the community. The second step would be that the project would be reviewed by an expert group, and notionally we've called this group the Sustainable Living Research Committee. And finally, if the project is approved, it would be monitored by an approved organization that would hold the project accountable to those impacts. And that approved organization could be the SLR committee or some other partnering organization. For example, it could be, if it's a complex problem requiring some expertise, it could be, for example, a research group at the university or Cal Poly or something like that. And there's certainly interest in these kinds of experimental developments among faculty in the university. The flexibility may be in any regulatory sense, as I've already pointed to. It could be in building and safety, and that would generally imply thematically alternative methods and materials. It could be in public environmental health, and that would probably imply on-site wastewater reuse, such as gray water, composting toilet systems, that kind of thing. And in zoning, it would imply mixed uses, density, relative to the impacts that those mixed uses and density have on the community. Things like traffic impacts, water impacts, other infrastructure impacts. So the current status in other jurisdictions. I've lost a little bit track of time, but it's been about 6 years since the enforcement case started. It's still an open enforcement case with the city. There's sort of a tacit understanding that the city officials like what we're attempting to do with the SLRI and would like to permit the project finally if and when the SLRI is adopted by the city of Santa Barbara. The city of Goleta did incorporate the SLRI as an unfinished chapter into their new zoning ordinance. This was after a couple years of advocacy, mostly spearheaded by myself and other groups that had endorsed the SLRI. However, limited planning staff time to develop and flesh out the SLRI program is where we are currently in that staff is waiting for a break in timing commitments and or a lead from another jurisdiction to flesh out the program and to provide some template for them. The County of Santa Barbara Planning Commission voted at one point to recommend the SLRI for the county work program, and also directed long-range planning staff to, kind of in a similar tone to Goleta, follow any other progress with other jurisdictions. Shortly after Goleta began their new zoning ordinance, the city of Santa Barbara began theirs and had gotten wind. The director of planning was interested in the concept, so she and I had a conversation, and then following some community workshops and a presentation to the Planning Commission directed staff to work with our group and research the potential for the SLRI for Santa Barbara's new zoning ordinance. We had a series of meetings with planning staff, supported by a foundation grant, the Bauer Foundation, to conducting meetings with staff to develop a booklet of example projects, which are notionally shown with these thumbnails. I think these may have been already circulated, so hopefully you've seen them. So this is just to remind you, to point to that booklet. And we also developed, with substantial, quite frankly, very critical, constructively critical feedback from Santa Barbara City staff, we developed some draft program language, particularly around staff's chief concern of enforceability when in zoning, when some experimental element is allowed. So if a project is promised that will say provide more housing, but without increasing, for instance, traffic and parking, once that's built, how is that enforced? So that a framework was developed for that, and staff liked it. However, again, as per the previous two jurisdictions, the story became, well, this is going to take some work to implement. We are 6 months behind with the new zoning ordinance, and staff requested to the Planning Commission, would you please direct us to pursue this as a separate funded effort, just given the limitation we have. And we understood that staff, of course, is overworked and didn't contend with their request. It's understandable. Over the course of the 4 or 5 or 6 years of this advocacy work, several regional organizations have enthusiastically supported the SLRI. They include the UCSB Chancellor's Committee on Sustainability, the Green Building Alliance, the Community Environmental Council, the Gavita Coast Conservancy, Los Padres Sierra Club, Santa Barbara County Action Network, San Luis Obispo Cal Poly faculty, UCSB Student Eco-Coalition, and the Interfaith Initiative. So I would say that the main sort of takeaway from this slide is that a substantial amount of work has been done to develop a framework that has been subjected to some very critical feedback from specifically Santa Barbara City planning staff, to the point that we have some draft language and a potential zoning program that is actionable, and really more to the point, what's been lacking is simply the directed resource of staff to implement this. So potentially, there's the will and the way with Ojai. And if there were, I think that there would be engagement and other jurisdictions following the lead in due course, because there has been interest and support across the board politically for this. So to bring it to a head, potentially, my suggestion for moving forward, well, to frame the suggestion first. So as I mentioned, there's three components to this. There's building and safety, and the decision, the building official, his or herself, is the primary decision maker, or the ultimate decision maker within building and safety. And there's the potential for an expert or a body of experts to provide expertise and advice to the building official under the state Title 24 chapter on alternative methods and materials. There's precedent for this concept with at least one that I'm aware of with Portland, Oregon, where the City Council of Portland created an advisory committee called the Alternative Technology Advisory Committee, whose job was to provide advice and guidance to the building official on methods and materials that the building official or his department may not be familiar with, and allow the building official to exercise his or her full authority under alternative technologies and materials, alternative methods and materials, to permit projects that habitually they wouldn't really have felt comfortable considering. Similarly, with environmental health, the health official could be advised by an expert or an expert group on matters such as on-site wastewater reuse, and also provide some capacity for monitoring and reporting. Similar theme, the exact same idea. And I don't know of a specific precedent for this, but this idea was developed out of conversation with Santa Barbara County's Director of Environmental Health, and this was in part his concept, based on tying, just as with building and safety, tying into the existing Title 24 alternative methods and materials. There's a similar chapter within the Regional Wastewater Quality Control Board's county-approved document that gives the health official latitude in unconventional systems. But the official would need some support via ordinance, some authorization, or some sort of a pat on the back to use that authority, basically. In zoning, again, the Planning Commission is generally, to put it simply, the authority. And again, if there were a body of experts or expert on infrastructure impacts, together with a capacity for monitoring and reporting, collectively, this could comprise the Sustainable Living Research Committee. And if this committee were recognized by ordinance, it, in my opinion, would ideally have authority in these three areas. However, the initial composition of the committee may be focused on just one area. It wouldn't necessarily need to be implemented across the board initially until it developed to that point. So just to summarize that to a suggestion for Ojai to move forward, it would be to create an informal Sustainable Living Research Committee and give it one task, which is to draft its ordinance, potentially based on, to draft an ordinance, potentially based on what we've already done as a starting point, that define its functions and authority, and then to present that ordinance to City Council for approval. And one reason I think this is a good next step is if Ojai can form an informal SLRC, it's kind of like a litmus test to see, do you actually have the culture and the capacity to do this? Because really it's about the SLRC. That's kind of the heart of how this works, how this would work. So if you think that you yourself might be a member of this or know someone who would and can imagine this happening, then I think this is a doable thing. So presumably even this informal step may be a decision you'd refer or recommend to City Council. But clearly this is the first step. So thank you very much, and hopefully I've left some time for Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Appreciate you putting that all together. So do we have questions for Mr. Warner? Mr. Summers has questions right off the bat.
If you'll indulge me, Chair, I actually do have a question. Through the chair, the Santa Barbara city folks, do you know if they worked on the Goleta ordinance as their starting point? In other words, is the outcome of that process iteratively improved from what the Goleta folks were looking at, or was it too independent? Thank you.
Yeah, so the Goleta, the momentum with Goleta was really around the general theme and concept. If you like, just what I summarized in the general concept of the SLRI. Goleta did not make any progress in developing, giving serious critical thought to developing functional program language. That happened with City of Santa Barbara. But we'd had an article in the Santa Barbara Independent, and there was some talk about the idea, and there was interest in the what it could do as a general concept. So that was the starting point with Santa Barbara City. And that's why Goleta just has basically a chapter heading and nothing right underneath it. They politically have the will to do something, but not the time to assign staff. Staff doesn't have the time or the clear assignment at this point to work on it. They're still working on the new zoning ordinance.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Warner? Right.
Could you give some examples on the slide where you were speaking about expertise in alternative materials and methods? Because not everyone is educated
sure,
on
there's
what those might
There's so
be.
many areas that we could zoom in on and give specific examples. And what I have in my mind that I've been exposed to that would be advantageous and regionally appropriate materials for this area would be things like straw bale or rammed earth or what's commonly referred to as cob, which is the more technical term I like is natural fiber reinforced adobe. So there's, if you were to take cob for an example, or straw reinforced adobe, there is it performs exceptionally well in terms of fire safety. It doesn't burn. There have been shake table tests done that show that when built properly, it outperforms conventional stick frame structures in an earthquake. And New Zealand has developed a whole body of code around building with this material. And New Zealand is also an earthquake-prone area. So that's a specific example where, in fact, Portland, Oregon's Alternative Technology Advisory Committee referenced New Zealand's code as a well-developed set of quantitative guidelines for Portland's building official to approve a cob structure. So the specific examples that I'm thinking of sort of the earth-based materials as being appropriate for our area and perhaps building upon the heritage of adobe in our area are by no means the limitation of this, but it's just an example that I've been exposed to, and I personally think is something that we should find a pathway for, because particularly with fire, the stuff that doesn't get eaten by termites, there's a lot of good reasons to become more familiar with using the material in the right way. So.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Judge?
I don't have much of a question, but just more of a comment. I really like the idea of exploring development projects that limit traffic. Mm-hmm. And that's one of our big concerns here is everybody wants affordable housing, but nobody can fit the people here to do it. I mean, from a traffic standpoint, from a parking standpoint, all those aspects. So I'm really looking forward to developing some a development concept that includes an affordable housing element with minimal traffic implications. And people wonder, how is that done? Well, there's share vehicles. These are concepts that are way out there, right? But this is perfect for that kind of thing. People say, "Oh, I can't live without a vehicle." Well, you don't really have to, but you can share it. And then there's bicycling and walkability and all those other concepts that add to that. So that's an area that I think would also stand within our section, our purview of what our emphasis is here as a planning commission, is more on zoning and development versus getting into that, land use versus getting into that Section 9 codes and of building codes. Although we've talked about that really being connected. The two are connected in a lot of ways, but I could see how we can separate them. But we had talked about it as bringing in someone possibly from the Building Appeals Board to have more of a complete kind of discussion on this, because it's really hard to eliminate that discussion from the whole. But anyway, that's something I just wanted to say about it.
It may be worth just reinforcing the point you're making from my perspective is what we learned fairly quickly when you talked about really affordable housing as being one of the primary, if not the primary impetus for flexibility in zoning in Santa Barbara was parking is king.
Right.
And so absolutely, car share programs are kind of the obvious potential technological solution. And then the question is, well, how do you monitor that? How do you
exactly.
actually,
Well, I saw how you did have that as one of your
examples
problems that need to be solved. That's.
And you can rest assured that we have ideas about how that could be monitored, but it's another area to zoom into.
I went to a planning commission, I'm not sure who went to that. John went to the one up in San Francisco or San Rafael, where they did a presentation on the automatic vehicles and how it's a big problem in that area especially, and how society, we're moving, and many of the technologies are already incorporated in the vehicles. And so there's this Uber concept where the vehicle is it's driverless, and you pretty much call a vehicle when you need it, and it's usually an EV vehicle, which is completely electric. So there are concepts out there, and we're moving in that direction, and it's pretty exciting, actually. So I can see that this, if you construct this ordinance in a way, what it does is it gives the Planning Commission and the staff an ability to fit this into something, whereas right now we're limited to the ordinances on parking and lot coverage and all kinds of limitations on that. And this is the exact situation where if we had a way to move this and get it passed through the city, we can, I think, move in a direction of really entertaining the idea of having a sustainable development that can address the affordable housing. So.
Good. Anybody else? Mr. Quilson?
Thank you, sir. I'd like to second Commissioner Jagiello's implied suggestion, at least, that we get pieces of this body together with pieces of the Building Appeals Board / Housing Board, because it really has more than one function if you read the ordinance, and try to understand how. And I'm at least as interested in experimentation in building standards. I'm not sure how restrictive the state law is, and therefore how much flexibility the city would have. With your cob, you called it?
It's an example.
Adobe with corn cobs in the middle or something?
The name is confusing. It's
oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Anyway, I presume that all of the historical buildings in the state that are made of adobe have been grandfathered in terms of current earthquake-proof standards and all of that stuff. I don't know what kind of hurdles you face with respect to those sorts of things when you get into building standards and materials or even processes. I read your version 3.5 of the program, and I'm confused about one thing, and maybe I just misunderstood what it's about. But it says, first of all, the projects must meet the intent of the zoning code and yet exceed the overall performance in terms of sustainability of projects that conform to the code. Exceed is kind of a squishy word, and of course the performance requirements could be almost anything. So I'm left not understanding where that's going. But then it also talks about reporting on the project through a known/reputable organization that takes responsibility for the performance of the project. I was in the aerospace business for most of my adult life, and I would never take on the job of being responsible for what someone who is contractually independent of me is going to do. And I'm curious how you make that work. First of all, what incentives are there for the organization that's doing the experimentation to exceed the performance requirements, whatever they are? And second, how do you hold this consultant or independent third party responsible for what the people doing the experimenting are doing? So that's, if I could understand that, I might be more excited about the entire concept.
Does the commission
But
have
that
time
part
for me
of
to
it-
answer the questions, or should?
Yeah, makes it unworkable for me.
Certainly, yeah, those are good questions. So with regard to the sentence about exceeding the sustainability of the project with respect to the intent of the zoning code, that section, that sentence is in the beginning of the program language, just setting the intent of it, and then a little later on in the program language, I believe it's table 1, gives all of the specific impacts that should be accounted for in zoning, whether it's affordability of housing or whether it's parking impacts or traffic impacts. So those are all the necessary quantifiable impacts that would need to be monitored. And then with respect to the third party, that's also a great question, and it's outside the scope of what's described in the program language, but what we came up with through the critical feedback from Santa Barbara planning staff was that the third party would be financially tied to the applicant or the property owner, probably through a bond. So a project would take a bond commensurate with the potential impacts of their experimental element, and that bond would be held. Forgive me if my legalese is not correct, but as a lien on the property until some period of time, as defined by the application, after which point it would be determined that the project is proved that it is doing what it said it would, and then the bond would be relieved from the project. So that's the nearly watertight scheme that we came up with, at least to the level of satisfaction of the Santa Barbara City planning staff to ensure enforceability of a project that's pushing the envelope, particularly in something like reduced parking, for instance.
So in effect, the city would contract with an organization that wants to do an experiment, let's call it, and that doesn't in and of itself necessarily involve expenditure of any city funds.
No,
If there's a third party monitoring this whole thing, then the effort of that third party and the cost of that bond, I presume, are paid by the city?
No, would be borne by the applicant.
So the people doing the experiment are paying for the people that are monitoring them?
No, they're paying for a bond that they'll recoup once their project proves its impacts are what they claim they will be.
So the city would have access to that bond
Exactly.
money in case
Exactly.
they have to
Yeah.
do the enforcement.
Yeah. It's the best idea we could come up with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It
Needs to be
it
developed
mostly
more.
works, and it's a standard. The bonding thing is a standard practice with developments, large developments, say for instance, that promise certain public space improvements.
Right.
It's the exact same mechanism.
I've performed with performance bonds before, but it was my bond and my contract with the contracting agency, and there was no third party that was financially responsible for anything that I was doing. So I remain a little confused by that.
Yeah, the third-party monitoring group need not be the same as, need not be financially involved in the bond. The third party is is maybe necessary when there's some specific technical expertise, say in groundwater monitoring or traffic monitoring, that's outside of the capacity of the applicant or the city, for that matter, to fulfill. So that's the core idea of the third party.
Okay.
That's really the research in SLRI. That's one of the initial core ideas was, look, the city doesn't have the capacity to do science and research. The city has the capacity to develop ordinances and approve projects according to those ordinances, but not to do monitoring and research.
Has the capacity to allow other people to do it.
That's exactly. Yet, the university, for instance, has grad students and professors who are chomping at the bit for real-world projects like this to monitor and write master's theses on or that kind of thing. So it's kind of a marriage of need. That's. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Nolan?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. So when I did bring this to a joint meeting that we had, and I very briefly got to do an overview, City Council at the time, because the meeting ran short, we ran out of time, said, oh, bring something back to us. So, I've shared it with my two other commissioners on the Sustainability Committee and here at Planning Commission. And I think tonight what I'd like to ask for is if the Planning Commission was in agreement that we asked to take the presentation to City Council and even the Building Appeals Board, just so they, are aware of what it is and what it's about, and see if there's interest. And I will also say that I know this will probably be the first thing that we hear is, we don't have staff time to do something like this. And if City Council is interested and they want to move forward, my two fellow commissioners and myself had a meeting, and we said we would be willing, as the Sustainability Committee, to actually start putting something together. I feel I have a good track record with doing similar documents, with the Complete Streets and also even the Community Forest Management Plan, and being able to put something together and then bring it to staff, of course, and to complete something. But I just wanted to throw that out there, like it's not something that we're saying, oh, here's something for staff to do. We would be willing to take on a major role if City Council was interested in moving forward. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Warner, thank you for your
My pleasure.
presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if we have any public comment. Anybody want
Maybe
to
not too much.
speak on this matter?
Yeah.
Sure. Come on up to the podium and let us know who you are.
Hi there. Thank you for taking on this particular problem. Okay, I'm Eric DeYoung. I'm a resident of Ojai, and I live here, but I work at Caltech and at the Jet Propulsion Lab. And there's no better place to live than here. I believe that I've been here for a very long time and have enjoyed this place as the paradise it is. But I also after attending today's meeting, I see a common thread of the fact that good design in a beautiful place is important. That permaculture, okay, and the ability to look at how to sustain our lives is important. And third, that Ojai is innovative on so many levels. And I see this particular proposal as a thread that runs through all three. I do know Ben very well, okay? And I did come here because I heard that he was going to present. But I was interested in the entirety of what you looked at today. And having said that, okay, Ben didn't happen to announce, but as you mentioned about trafficability and using electric vehicles, he actually also runs a company called Revolution Motors that designed an electric vehicle that won a California State Award, okay, by the way, for innovation. So while he knows about permaculture and he knows about cob housing, he also is a real engineer with deep research background and has a lot of other interesting aspects. So when he looks at sustainability, he's looking at it from very different ways. And I think that this kind of ordinance, California needs to lead the way. And Ojai and Santa Barbara need to be leaders within that concept. And we all need a more sustainable life. And I will say that last week, I attended another small group that was meeting that did pass a resolution that was interesting. And it was the United Nations passed a resolution on June 8th on World Ocean Day for the first time to have a sustainable ocean, okay, which you may think we have, but I'll just give you one watermark to keep in mind, pun intended, and that is we passed a milestone this year. We now have more mass of plastics in the ocean than we have mass of fish in the ocean. And so the United Nations passed a resolution. I actually attended the General Assembly for that discussion, okay, and that's another story. But the bottom line is that we all need a more sustainable society, and how we live day to day and how we're innovative in what we choose to drive, how we choose to get to places, and what kind of research is important to do, okay, in deriving a more sustainable life is important to our children, our grandchildren, and I applaud you for looking into this, and I think Ojai is the right place to lead in this area. So I applaud you for inviting Ben here and looking into this, and I applaud you for the work you do every day and the work that you volunteer to do to keep Ojai the beautiful place it is. So I thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you sitting through this whole meeting and and also for your comments. Anybody else want to speak or anything? Okay. Ray has a comment.
I do. Yeah, I want to reiterate one thing, and that's just that it's the Sustainable Living Research Initiative. It's a beta test. You take a small area, you test out some mostly tried and true methods that have been done in the ancient future, and you collect data, and you go, oh, this works for our region. And then you start changing zonings and ordinances and things like that after the research is complete. So I just wanted to clarify that part. It's not about changing zoning and ordinances and then seeing what's going to happen and, you know, developers coming in and hustling to build stuff. It's a much precursor to that. But I wanted to read this paragraph because this comes from 10 years ago. The Planning Commission has been promoting green building design and construction and has stated its desire for a green building ordinance. In October 2007, the Community Development Department held a green building workshop geared toward architects and builders to discuss the pros and cons of developing a greener, sustainable city. While thinking about a game plan for the future, staff realized that having a sustainable community is much broader than a simple green building ordinance, which typically focuses on new construction. Since the city of Ojai only builds a handful of homes per year, it seems appropriate to focus on developing a holistic plan for becoming more sustainable on interrelated issues such as conservation, waste and energy reduction, transportation, public and private construction, as well as community design and development. Since the city does not control the entire infrastructure in the community, it is imperative to partner with other agencies, organizations, and residents to develop and implement a plan of becoming a more balanced and sustainable community over time. So that came from a discussion from a planning commission meeting in October 2007. So I just wanted to read that too. This isn't a new thing. It's been here. And I think some of what's occurred is discussions happen and then, you know, maybe staff is expected to follow through when staff doesn't have the time because there's a city to run. So in our last sustainability committee, which was last week, this surfaced. And so I wanted to share it on record and hoping to stoke the embers of that conversation. So thank you, Ben, for being here.
Yep. Commissioner Nolan?
Yep, one last comment. I believe this probably was produced sometime after that meeting, but this was a roadmap. 2008. It was a roadmap to sustainability that was produced by the city of Ojai. And we discussed at the Sustainability Committee that one of our goals would be to actually update this plan. And we think that this SLRI, Sustainable Living Research Initiative, would be an important component into making this happen and fulfilling the goals on this map. And not just the map, but the programs within it.
Good, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you all for your participation here.
Could I ask that, or I don't know if we do a straw poll vote since we're really into those tonight, if the commission agreed that the Sustainability Committee make a request to have a presentation to City Council and possibly even the Building Appeals Board?
Do you need our permission for that?
Well, I'm not sure, so I'm just kind of throwing it out there. But I would like to take it forward to City Council. Matt, maybe you could advise us on the best procedure for doing that?
I'd recommend that if the Sustainability Committee is a subcommittee of the Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm.
It's made a recommendation tonight that the commission make a recommendation to the council to consider this sustainable living, sustainability research living initiative proposal and direct it to go forward or not. So my suggestion would be that the full commission consider that recommendation, which would provide some clarity to the council on what the commission thinks that the council should consider.
Okay. So would you like to make a motion to that effect?
All right. So I'll make a motion that the Planning Commission tonight make a recommendation to get on the agenda for City Council. And I'd say primarily the first thing would be to actually repeat this presentation so that the City Council could kind of get up a little more up to speed as to what it's about. And then maybe I would just leave it at that. And then I think a future step would be to see how they want to move forward or not. And it looks like Commissioner Jagiela might want to tag on to that.
Yeah, I think for the City Council's benefit, I think we need to have more of a mission statement of what we want to do with that.
Right, and we could provide that.
Right, so we would provide that in conjunction with the request to have them hear that. So.
All right. So we can add that on to it. That would be my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Could we have a roll call, please?
Isabella?
Yes.
Corbin?
Yes.
Jagiello?
Yes.
Quillisi?
Yes.
Burke?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks very much.
I'll be in touch.
We're going to move on to all the really boring parts here. Future agenda items.
It's usually just a straight overview of what's on the thing. The future agenda items are for July 5th, we have the signed ordinance, as discussed previously, with the inclusion of options on the sandwich board issue, again, reflecting the previous discussion. And then I understand the 1003 North Montgomery Street project will be coming forward as well.
Actually, it's going to be removed.
Never mind, that one will
But
be.
334 East Ojai Avenue will take its place.
Thank you. And 334 East Ojai, as continued tonight, will return with the modern design fleshed out. Then on the 19th, we expect to bring back the water-wise ordinance. You'll recall this was a series of development standards discussed back last fall before the commission and the council. We'll be bringing forward a detailed discussion of options, points, and considerations, which might tie into some of these sustainability points. And then we also expect the 712 Drown project to come forward. Jay can speak to that project.
This is a project you've heard before. It's a subdivision, one lot into three.
Oh, yeah, we've seen
712 Drown, so it's.
Seen that several times, yeah. Okay, thank you. Committee reports. Commissioner Powers, did you?
Yes, I'll be brief about the council meeting. Well, first there was this is from June 13th. There was a presentation just recognizing the Lavender Festival and that they awarded two $2,500 education scholarships in the name of David Mason, the historian here. And the Lavender Festival is June 24th, so it's this weekend, and there'll be 100 vendors. And there was a point taken, since we've been talking about traffic a lot, a point made that last year 120 cars did not come to the downtown area, and they parked on the outskirts because the churches allowed cars to use their parking lots. There's wonderful reading programs going on at the library because they noticed there's a slide in academic learning and skill during the summer, so the library is offering reading workshops and courses and things like that. The OTID met, the hoteliers of the OTID met, and they requested that the council rescind their vote on the OTID. And they did. So there is no longer going to be an OTID. And that was an interesting discussion. Anyone wants to know more can go review that video on YouTube, the City of Ojai YouTube channel. Cultural Resources did a presentation. I always get a little confused about those conversations. It's beyond my pay grade, and I try to understand them. But what I took away was that there's a consideration of pushing the County of Ventura more so to collaborate because of the cost of doing the cultural resource assessments. And there was a rejection of two proposals from outside companies to do those assessments. And there was a feeling that the talent was already here in Ojai to be drawn upon. And then there was a report about OBGMA, and and the possibility of adding a member from Flow to the OBGMA, because there's a fifth member needed. And then there was a discussion about the Ventura County Sheriff contract and how we're at the city's at the minimum service level based on the sheriff's recommendation, and there was just conversation about that and looking at that, and that the contract is from 1979 and hasn't really been changed since then. And then it was a packed meeting. Then there, in terms of the agenda, there was a conversation on the museum gates, and it looks like it got kicked back to the Art Commission again, so it keeps going from the... Not quite, thank you. That was
I'm sorry.
convoluted too. Yeah, thank you, please.
The council noted the approval of the design of the museum gates by this commission, the Historic Preservation Commission, the Arts Commission, and the Committee to Approve Public Art, and the council itself, and then directed that in the implementation of that approved design, that the Committee to Approve Public Art treat it as a public art project and approve it through all of the usual public art project processes through the Committee to Approve Public Art, to include the Committee to Approve Public Art approving a maintenance contract for the art that is the gates.
Yes,
I hope that clarifies that point.
It does.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was part of the discussion, actually, at the Public Art Committee the last time. Was so you buy this beautiful piece of art and you put it up, and it's permanent. How do you maintain it? You know, especially something like this, it's going to be very public. It's going to get a lot of wear and tear. So that's a consideration that the museum hadn't really.
And then on June 25th at 4 p.m. at the Ojai Arts Center, there's a public visioning meeting about the use of Chaparral Auditorium. And everyone's invited to that.
That's at the Art Center?
At the Arts Center, June 25th, 4 p.m.
That's next Sunday.
Yes, it is. This Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then the MAC meeting, did they actually meet?
They did actually meet. I'm sorry. Yes, the Municipal Advisory Council, which is made up of the Chief of Staff to County Supervisor Steve Bennett. The gentleman's name is Steve Offerman. And then 4 members of the community, all of which I presume live outside the city limits of Ojai, because they generally work on issues that deal with the unincorporated county areas of the Ojai Valley. So from the upper Ojai down to Foster Park or thereabouts. There were 2 major items on the schedule. One was a review of county beekeeping regulations and consideration of a recommendation regarding revisions. Right now, the city allows both commercial and private beekeeping. There are restrictions on the amount of private beekeeping. I presume there are on commercial as well, but that was not discussed. The county at the moment does allow commercial beekeeping, but not private beekeeping. The strong recommendation from the crowd that was there, and I've been to a few MAC meetings now, this was 4 or 5 times as many people as I have ever seen attend a MAC meeting. Those of you that know the meeting hall, it's the Oakview Community Center. It was set up for a standard meeting, and we spent the last 20 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start and 15 after that pulling more chairs into the room to accommodate everyone that was there. It was a huge crowd. The group, the MAC, the Municipal Advisory Council, did vote. They passed a motion to recommend to the county supervisors that they allow private beekeeping with reasonable restrictions in the unincorporated parts of the county. That was the small item on the agenda. The large one was a preliminary consideration of restricting the parking of oversized vehicles on residential streets in Oakview, but it's actually applicable to all the unincorporated areas. And there was a Donnybrook, a few people who have trailers or RVs and can't find anywhere to park them. There's a 42-year waiting list at Lake Casitas or some such. I don't know. And it costs $300 a month to park something in Oxnard. And so people tend to park their RVs and their trailers and their fifth wheels and such on the street. And there was considerable consternation over the fact that some of these narrow streets in Oakview are so cluttered with trailers and RVs that it looks very dicey about getting fire trucks down the street if there's a fire. Right now, the county ordinance says that you can park on the street, but you have to move the vehicle 2 miles every 72 hours, which is a basically unenforceable kind of rule. I don't know how you'd do it. Second, whereas the county sheriffs are responsible for code enforcement on criminal matters other than traffic-related things, the California Highway Patrol is responsible not just for the state highways in this area, but for traffic code enforcement in the unincorporated areas. And they are so far from having enough staff to look at this problem and cite people if they could even figure out if someone hasn't moved 2 miles in 72 hours, that many people said the CHP, when called with complaints, says, we're not coming out. We don't have the time to do that. So there is basically a rule in place which is logically unenforceable and in a real sense unenforced by the CHP. And there is no other body in the county, or in our case in the city, to enforce the rule. So there's a high degree of frustration in the Oakview community right now. And if you drive down some of the side streets, it's not just Santa Ana Boulevard. That's pretty easy, it's relatively wide. But all the other streets in town, they appear to be littered with large vehicles. And there's a public safety aspect, kids and dogs running out between trailers. People are parking right up next to corners and blocking the view of traffic in both directions. The bike trail goes through there, and there have been a number of near misses between cars and bicycles. So it's a big problem, and there was zero resolution. The decision that the MAC came to was to have another meeting on the same topic. So, the people were looking for a place to park their stuff. So there was a suggestion that maybe help of Ojai would be able to use that big parking lot out at the Honor Farm. I don't know what it has zoned PL or something, I suppose now, but that was squelched immediately by Mr. Offerman, who said that it is against county zoning. It's not a commercial zone, so you cannot have a parking lot there. And so people walked away very frustrated from the meeting.
I can imagine. It must have been exciting.
Was a
That
lot
brings
of
us
heat-
to our
heat generated.
city council member. Yes, ma'am.
I thought Steve was
Oh.
talking about our council session.
One more thing.
yeah.
I'd like to say to Sherry
Yeah, go ahead.
about
I would
our
had something too.
schedule. I'm going to be gone in August. Okay, got it.
And Commissioner Allen.
Okay. Are you done, Commissioner? Okay, I didn't want to jump in, and this will just take a second. This is a question for, I believe, Mr. Summers. And it kind of came up a little bit tonight. Commissioner Quillisi brought it up, and I believe also Commissioner Jaggiello to a degree. And the question would be, if we decided to move forward with this and there was interest, would there be the possibility of members from the Planning Commission and members of the Building Appeals Board to form some sort of an ad hoc committee to look at issues with the building code and zoning as it pertains to what we do here in Planning Commission, but also to as far as the sustainability goes? And I'm not sure, you know, legally how that would work or if it could work. And I guess that's kind of my question. Would it be possible at some time to do that?
Sure.
If needed.
It is possible,
Okay.
yes. It takes, to form a formal ad hoc committee, city sanctioned, would take council direction and would create a Brown Act body. The Brown Act doesn't apply to an ad hoc committee of less than a quorum of one body. It does apply to an ad hoc committee of less than a quorum of two bodies. So that would then entail staff time and resources that are involved in a Brown Act meeting. But that doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means you would need council direction to commit those resources to that purpose. That doesn't also, a single meeting that isn't a city-sanctioned ad hoc meeting of less than a quorum of this body and less than a quorum of another body is fine. That doesn't violate the Brown Act because it's only a single meeting and it's not a formal ad hoc thing and you're not formally recommending anything. It's equivalent to any other gathering of less than a quorum of a body that isn't a Brown Act meeting because it's not formal.
Okay.
So there's the distinction. To do it formally is definitely possible. It just takes council direction and some staff time on the Brown Act issues.
Okay.
If the two less than quorums met irregularly, does that make any difference?
There's a line there, somewhere between once and once a month, it becomes a regular group, becomes a formal, and the key really is formal action by the city to form it. If this board directs that agency, if this body directs that a less than a quorum meet with less than a quorum of the BAB, even one meeting still it's formed by the city.
Once the city council says do it, then it's
Once the city
then
council
it's
says do it,
formal,
then it's
yes.
formal. And if this body directed less than a quorum of you to meet with less than a quorum of the BAB, and the BAB concurred and directed less than a quorum of them to meet with the same, then that it alone would do it. Although Ojai's policy does require council direction to that level to commit staff resources like that. But in other words, if you just gather on your own, that's fine. Anything formal is going to take is going to be a Brown Act meeting, which requires notice and an agenda, and you must follow what's on the agenda with the usual rules.
Right.
Which isn't to say it's not doable and can't be done. It's just something that you need council direction to do so, which could be part of the ask when you come to council with the presentation by Mr. Warner and a little more information from the sustainability subcommittee of this group. You could ask the council, do you want us to do something with this? And part of doing something with this could be forming an ad hoc committee to look at the very definitively interrelated issues between the zoning code and the building code and accomplishing the types of changes that have been incorporated in this proposal.
Very good.
Having served on both bodies, I'm aware of the considerable overlap or confusion or whatever you might want to call it between the building code and the zoning code or land use codes. And I think it would serve the city well, sir, if we could put some sort of a group together to try to work out swim lanes and even some of the wording of the code to bring back to you.
So actually, my second subject is creating momentum, and it's based on the SLRI. So if you want to do something to create momentum for this type of sustainability program, you would have to do something that crosses Title IX and Title X. So I'd be for an ad hoc committee. So maybe what I'll do is get hold of another council person and we'll put this on our agenda to bring to a discussion. So that's two things now I have to do. So, but I will follow up on that because I agree with that. In fact, Ray Powers and I, we had a lovely lunch or coffee session this past weekend, and we talked a lot about this cross bodies and how important it is to recognize what your purviews are and what theirs are. And then tonight, listening to the discussion, some of the things that I was suggesting to Ray, I was absolutely wrong on. So it's interesting. There are some things that you guys have the ability to say, you know, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. So, and even if it is having to do with building and safety, you do have some of those cross powers. So, and I was glad it was discussed clearly tonight. But getting back to the ad hoc committee, I agree. I think it needs to happen sooner than later, and I'll make that suggestion. In fact, Kathy, I'll call you tomorrow so we word it properly, okay? The other thing I had was, I really enjoyed the discussion on the old 150 theater there. You guys just, you just went through it. You hammer it out. It's, I sit in the back and I'm just amazed at how much information you can gather in a short period of time and how pertinent the questions are to what you're trying to come to conclusions on. So again, you guys do a great job on that. A great job. The Lavender Festival, it's interesting. We've got this big high school that sits at the end of our city on the west end that's got more parking than anyone has in the entire city. And yet we never think about using that as a full-time shuttle service for our community. And I think we need to be talking about that somehow in some way with the school board. And that's, how can we create a place for tourism to come into our community and actually have a place to park and actually have a shuttle service that brings them into town. So I'm thinking that, again, I don't know if that comes from you, I don't know if it comes from me, but it's a thought, it's out there, and other people are doing it. We just need to think about how to do it maybe on a larger scale. Cultural resources they're always interesting. We haven't figured out how to do it. We haven't figured out how to implement our program, but I'll tell you what, I have a sense it's going to happen sooner than it is later. It's been almost 2 years in the making, and we need to resolve it. And then, the other thing I wanted to talk about on the SLRI, I wasn't sure if, is it Ben, said that the city of Santa Barbara had actually passed an ordinance, and Goleta hadn't.
Goleta has it in there.
Neither city has passed that.
Okay. So if you're going to if the sustainability group is going to look at something, maybe Jay can get some information as to what they have and where they are in their process and bring that on board. Because if there's one thing I learned from cultural resources, don't try and invent the wheel. There's ordinances out there. There's already this in motion. Even, he said, the city of Portland. But I would use that as my starting point. Gather what's already been gathered.
We've had that discussion.
Okay. And let me see here. So the public art, just to quickly add on to the public art debate, what had happened is there was a design fee increase of $8,000. And the city council had already put forth $20,000 towards the project. So the discussion was, does the city come up with an additional $8,000, or do we send it back to the Arts Committee, CAPA, and let them, through their funding sources, which they have, I believe, $56,000 or $60,000, that maybe they could negotiate with this designer a more reasonable fee and have them pay for it out of CAPA. So that's where the bulk of that discussion went to on that. And then I think the MAC meeting, Steve, when do those happen?
Generally every 2 months.
Every 2 months? Yeah, if you can you email me the next,
Sherry
has
all
it?
the information.
I'd be interested just to go and listen. July 17th? I'd just be interested to go and listen just to see what their,
It's nominally once a month, but it hardly ever happens every month.
And here's the last thing, again, going back to this SLRI initiative, I think someone needs to share it with Supervisor Bennett, because I think this is also one of those county wide Ojai City sphere of influence that we could work together on. Okay? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Haney, and we are adjourned.